All right, good morning, everybody. Uh, this is day 3 of the SSC meeting, and we are in the agenda item for essential fish habitat. The first thing that we're going to do this morning is we are going to take public testimony on EFH. And then I also just wanted to let people know that there were a couple of questions which we said we were going to come back to yesterday and then didn't. And end of the day. And so we're going to open it up for probably 2 more questions after public testimony, and then we'll go into our discussion. So first for public testimony is Corey Lesher. Good morning. There's 2 of them. There's another one over there in case you can choose your own microphone. And neither one of them light up. We really aren't messing with you on purpose. Oh, me. But we are messing with you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, co-chairs, and members of the SSC. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher with Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. ABSC is a trade association that represents the majority of independent crab harvesters who commercially fish for snow, barredeye, king crab with pot gear in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab rationalization program. We submitted a comment letter under this agenda item, and I'll generally be speaking to that today. First, I'd just like to acknowledge all the work by staff and the authors that contributed to the review, and appreciate the detailed presentation that we heard yesterday. I think it's evident that during the presentation and the questions and answers that this process has really benefited by the many EFH contributors. So I just want to acknowledge that and voice my appreciation. Moving forward, understanding what essential fish habitat is and the habitat needs by species and life stage is really an important component for us to be able to effectively manage stocks here in the North Pacific. The regular 5-year EFH review process allows the continued integration of new and best available science into our assessments. And I'd like to commend this council process and the EFH authors for the continued transparent process and ongoing efforts to update EFH descriptions and moving the needle forward. As the SSC may recall, the crab industry has advocated for prioritizing and streamlining EFH updates for crab, partially due to the recent struggles crab stocks have been experiencing and the urgency to try and fill data gaps to help answer questions. So under this current review, we're encouraged by the proposed updates for the BSAI crab stocks, particularly the response to industry's previous request to update level 2 crab EFH descriptions and maps by sex and maturity stage, and appreciate the development as well as the plan to build on level 3 EFH maps for juvenile snow and tanner crab. These efforts represent meaningful advances that will improve our understanding of critical crab habitats, and I'd like to acknowledge that. We also applaud the previous work and inclusion of the supplemental EFH maps for Bristol Bay red king crab and highlight the integration of new research on juvenile energetics and survival. Incorporating new targeted studies into this EFH workflow are vital steps towards effective habitat-based management of crab populations. What I'd really like to get at today is the SSC's review of this proposed work plan. And I understand that the EFH is a fluid and continuous process, and I think the council could have benefited from this body's review of EFH prior to them receiving the update in December. I bring this up in part because one request that our comment letter discusses is a recent genetic study that provided novel insight into population structure, stock connectivity, and potential local adaptations for red king crab throughout Alaska. The results of this study were presented to the crab plan team in January of 2024. Those results presented that the idea and the work that genomic evidence increases the conservation value of locally used habitats because loss or degradation of habitat for these genetically distinct, locally adapted populations risk loss of unique adaptive variation and limited recovery via movement or larval advection. These data, paired with other recent research and publications, help us understand ecosystem dynamics in the Bering Sea and how they specifically shape the genomic structure and regional clusters of red king crab. And I have to admit, I still haven't fully comprehended if or how this could shape those crab-specific EFH reviews, which is why I felt it was important to have the SSC body review this prior to the council. That being said, I appreciate the EFH authors working to integrate the best available science into this process and believe the continued integration of novel and relevant studies into EFH maps and descriptions could allow for more stock-specific habitat delineations and better alignment of spatial management with the biological realities of red king crab populations. I think this could ultimately improve our understanding of stock-specific essential fish habitat and how we can best manage fishery impacts on each unique stock structure and those corresponding habitats. This is outlined rather well in the document under components 1 and 2 with acknowledgement to incorporate new data. So we encourage the SSC to discuss this as needed and include any appropriate recommendations to the EFH team relevant to these genetic considerations. And then that's all I have, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks very much for your testimony, Corey. So just to poke at this a little bit more, and I think you said, we're not clear exactly how the new genetic information can be combined in the EFH analysis, but what are your initial thoughts on that? If the genetic information shows some clear stock specificity in different areas, does that suggest that we need to consider EFH at a finer resolution, et cetera? What are your thoughts on where that might go?
Through the chair, Dr. Foy, thanks for the question. Yes, I think so. I've had a lot of conversations in the hallways with some of the EFH team and others, and really just kind of wanting to brainstorm this idea. And I don't know if there are any fish stocks that are that have separate EFH designated for different genomic structures. I don't know if that's been done. I don't know if we have fish stocks that have been highlighted for distinct populations. This research that provided the insight into the red king crab structure, I think, is really interesting. And it's something that I think about a lot myself. Do we consider essential fish habitat for red king crab as a whole, or if we understand that Bristol Bay red king crab are not contributing to the population of Norton Sound red king crab or Pribilof Island red king crab, those are locally isolated and genetically distinct populations. And is it worth exploring what essential fish habitat means for those stocks, and then going through the components of the EFH and looking at habitat disturbance, fishing effects, and so those are questions that I've approached the EFH team with, and I wanted to have this discussion with the SSC prior to the council review, but I also understand that like I said, this is a fluid process and can be, kind of updated as we have the conversations, the discussions. And so I wanted to flag it for the SSC for consideration and hope that that maybe you guys could help shed some light on it as well. I'll continue to have conversations with EFH folks behind the scenes, but really just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of this and for consideration during discussions.
Thanks very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
The second testifier is Megan Williams. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Megan Williams. I am a scientist with Ocean Conservancy. And so thanks for having me here today. So the EFH review process is really a key pillar of Alaskan ecosystem-based fishery management. And despite the reduced nature of the EFH review cycle this round, we do support the work plan moving forward in the EFH process, moving forward as robustly as possible. We do have a few key recommendations that we wanted to bring to your attention as this process starts. Per the MSA, EFH is really based on a single species approach and generally encompasses relatively large areas of the Bering Sea or Gulf of Alaska as EFH or more refined areas as that core EFH. Over the course of the last 20 years and EFH in application, no adverse impacts that were more than minimal or temporary have been found in Alaska in these large areas. And meanwhile, SDMs continue to advance in resolution and by including more life history parameters, species, life stage, and environmental covariates. So while the Alaska region process is incredibly robust and incredibly strong, at the species level, it is challenging to get at localized habitat impacts that perhaps occur on scales smaller than classical single species evaluations are allowing for. And we've heard this with regards to crab. We've heard this and that we've heard an interest in getting at these localized habitat impacts in previous testimony and in previous EFH cycles. So how can we get at localized impacts to habitat in a way that may be relevant to species, to multiple species, and for management more broadly? So with this cycle, I'd recommend that the SSC and the Council think creatively about localized habitat impacts and new ways to evaluate fishing effects and habitat disturbance from more of that ecosystem lens. So thinking about that ecosystem approach. And today, I apologize for coming in with something new, but I wanted to just show a concept or an idea of how this could be done. This is a concept, this is an example, and that's what that is. It relies on extant data that is supported by EFH and the fishing effects work. And we wanted to bring this idea forward to the SSC, potentially to the Ecosystem Committee early in the process so that we can kind of continue to expand conversations about ecosystems and fishing effects. I also want to acknowledge that we've had tremendous communication and support from NIMS staff on this, so I just want to thank Dr. Jody Pirtle, Dr. Smeltz, and Molly Zaleski for being open to talking about weird ideas. So the figure on the screen shows the overlap in EFH for multiple species of crab, and in this picture, this is actually groundfish, and an overlay of the fishing effects model output from 2022. So we used just a count overlapping features geoprocessing tool in ArcGIS to generate this overlap in EF counts layers for two distinct groups. And so on the first one here, you're looking at groundfish. And what you can see, so you have the lighter purple that shows that greater than 10% estimate of habitat disturbance. And then the blue area, the light blue area represents overlapping groundfish areas. So for more than 25 of those species, and this includes various life stages. This is like a rough first pass. But what you can get at here, and so also and with the dark blue that's kind of looks purple, this is where you see those two layers overlapping. So what you can kind of infer is that these darker shaded blue areas represent potential new sub areas that may be ecologically important to a number of species and life stages of groundfish. And if we could scroll to the next one, it looks a little bit different, the same idea, or crab. And so this is just a new way to kind of change the lens. So we're looking at multiple species. We're using EFH and habitat disturbance estimates. This could in turn drive more informed conversations about conservation and enhancement alternatives under Component 6. And I think this ecosystem approach really aligns with the NIMS EBFM policies to consider ecosystem perspectives and support risk-based and precautionary decision-making. To close, we really do want to see the EFH cycle extend beyond a refresh and an update of the species distribution maps. I think this review should be a tool to help identify new areas or issues or species that maybe are of conservation concern or warrant new approaches to management. This approach will help ensure the viability of the benthic habitats that support really critical commercial fisheries. And that's my time.
Perfect. Thank you. Got a question from Franz.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I was wondering, for these specific maps, what that actually represents, the blue. So is it like the 95% core area, 50% core area of kind of aggregated across multiple species?
So this, in the figures that I have here, yes, it's the 99% core area. I think these would be, on a second pass, I would take it down to the core essential. So I'd take it to the 50th to reduce the area, and you would garner a lot more information. And the thresholds that we selected, so greater than 25 overlapping areas for the groundfish species, and we selected greater than 10 for the crab because there are fewer of them. That's arbitrary, and that was just sort of qualitatively decided. But we're trying to identify areas that perhaps don't flag through a regular EFH analysis on a single species. And so this could be improved in, I could think of 10 ways just from the start. But I wanted to, it's hard to explain without showing a figure. But yes, this is broad, and it should, on the next pass, we would take it to the 50th to look at core.
Thank you. We got another question from Chris. Sid.
Yeah, thanks. Dr. Williams, this is interesting to think about. So is this really, just trying to get down to the details, is this really basically a multi-species hotspots approach or a multi-species kind of core EFH kind of, and we can argue about different methods to get there, but is that the general concept is that it's a multi-species hotspot? And on top of that, would it be useful to engage the industry and the fleet to think about where some of those areas they know are where they have lots of species overlap? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Dr. Sidden. With regards to the second part, in terms of engaging industry, I think the more hands on this type of an assessment, the better. So absolutely. If you're looking at hotspots, I mean, for this, we were really just using the EFH output. But if you wanted to get into fishery dependent data, this is just one way to get at that. And because this information exists in the EFH context, it was a very simple analysis to throw together. I think looking at fishery dependent data or survey data, you could get at similar aspects of multi-species hotspots. But if we wanted to really tie this into the EFH process in some way, I think it's very possible you could use what already occurs and all the hard work that NIMS staff has put together on these EFH, and core EFH, to be specific, is what I think would be most relevant. But I do think it's kind of an interesting idea to shift the lens a little bit, and instead of looking at this, we can fulfill our requirements under the MSA to look at this as a single species. And I recognize limitations and capacity at NIMS, but to get this type of a broader review and take a different glance at fishing effects in these areas that are important to many groundfish or many crabs, or maybe you want to do it just by early life history for crabs and groundfish. And we can assess how the fleets are interacting with the habitat in these areas. So I think it's something to pursue, and through the EFH or beyond, but because we're talking about EFH today, I thought this was the right place to bring it up and early in the process for folks to think about.
Great. Thank you very much. The next testifier is Lauren Hines and Ben Ektiknap. Apologies.
You got it. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the SSC. First, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony and written comments on this agenda item. My name is Lauren Hines, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Oceana. And joining me online is Ben Ektiknap, our Fisheries Campaign Director. We really appreciate the SSC agency staff and external researchers' ongoing progress in EFH research, modeling, and subsequent management. So jumping in, the fishing effects evaluation relies on two screening thresholds to trigger further review: stock status relative to the minimum stock size threshold, or MSST, and estimated habitat disturbance exceeding 10% of a species' core EFH area, or CEA. These thresholds are not part of the fishing effects model itself, but they do help determine when stock authors may be encouraged to conduct additional evaluations and when issues may be elevated for mitigation. Oceana remains concerned with the use of MSST in habitat effects evaluation because we know habitat degradation can occur before changes in fish or crab abundance are detectable, and sometimes independently of population trends altogether. So we ask that the SIC consider whether this is the best tool for triggering habitat impact evaluations, or whether evaluations of adverse effects to EFH might be better centered on changes to habitat quality and quantity, while still allowing population status to provide useful context within broader stock assessment and rebuilding analyses. Next, within the model, long-lived structure-forming species like corals and sponges are mostly represented by proxies like deep cobble and boulder areas, but below 300 meters. But the data shows that these long-lived organisms occur across a much wider range of depths and sediment types. And as a result, long-lived habitat features occurring outside of this limited sediment depth combination are assigned short recovery times, even though NOAA data shows that 70% of all coral records and 50% of all sponge records in the Alaska EEZ occur shallower than 300 meters. And in the Gulf of Alaska alone, these proportions increased to 93% for corals and 40% for sponges. We believe that recovery assumptions add to this problem. When multiple habitat types are present in a grid cell, the model averages recovery time. And that means even if extremely slow-growing corals and sponges are present, the cell might still be assigned a fast recovery estimate due to other fast-recovering taxa. That, along with the model's maximum recovery time of 50 years, doesn't fully reflect the science that shows that some of these organisms are hundreds of years old. We understand that in 2017, the SSC and EFH subcommittee recommended defining CEA as the upper 50% of occupied habitat to focus fishing effects analysis on areas not frequently used or most frequently used by a species. But some of the vulnerable habitats like juvenile EFH or coral and sponge areas may fall outside of that threshold. And we recognize that trawl survey data, which informs many of these maps, has known biases, including seasonal timing and limited ability to sample certain habitats like untrawlable shelf areas. And so without looking at impacts across the full EFH footprint, we are potentially understating the fishing and non-fishing impacts to EFH or even CEA. And we recognize the proposed use of the new STMs and also SDM-based habitat layers, including those informed by underwater image data, and we support that direction, along with prioritizing all habitat observation and prediction data from the NOAA Deep Sea Coral and Sponge database and future model updates. We also encourage the SSC to consider disaggregating habitat types in impact scoring so that corals and sponges aren't average with faster recovering taxa, and their vulnerability is clearly represented. If a full disaggregation isn't feasible at this time, a temporary alternative would be to base recovery time on the longest lived habitat feature present within a grid cell rather than averaging with short-lived species. Additionally, the use of the 10% CEA disturbance trigger may not be precautionary, especially where impacts are clustered or where small areas of sensitive habitat are affected. We recommend the SSC to reevaluate the 10% threshold and instead focus on whether specific habitat types have sustained meaningful losses, even if the cumulative impact remains below the threshold. And lastly, we remain concerned about the analysis for many species that focuses mostly on adult life stages when habitat needs can shift throughout life cycles. And we know juvenile EFH maps are improving, and we appreciate that, but currently most of the overlays focus on adult summertime CEAs, and we think that leaves out an important part of this picture. Since the model is playing a really large role in decision-making right now, we ask that the SSC again recommend to the council an updated CIE review. We recognize that there's still very large data caps, especially for certain life stages and habitat types, and that the model is not in its final form, and therefore we encourage the use of precautionary measures and transparency when interpreting the fishing effects model. And I will wrap up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Checking for questions. Looks like we'll start with Chris Sidden.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that testimony. Do you have any idea if there is a spatial component to the observation you bring up that there are an abundance of long-lived species in kind of flat habitats, not kind of rocky and boulder habitats? And I'm asking because it spurred a vision of having tree buffers around rivers and wondering the importance of strips of buffer areas adjacent to those habitats that really are the core for those long-lived species. So any thoughts on that? Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Sitton, for the question through the chair. I'll start off, and then if Ben would like to add anything, he can chime in as well. But currently, when I'm referencing those long-lived species, a large percentage of them occurring in a certain area, that's really just us looking at the deep sea coral and sponge database from NOAA and looking at where the corals have been observed, physically observed, shallower than 300 meters. Now, I'm not 100% certain that all of that below or that shallower than 300 meters would not be boulder and cobble habitat. It very likely could be, but that's kind of the issue that we're bringing up, is that it's regardless of what the sediment type is, it is not considered in the model. So hopefully that helps answer your question.
Thank you.
We have a question from France.
Thank you, but I think my question got addressed here.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, that's the end of public testimony. And like I mentioned, we're going to go back to a couple of questions that we mentioned were coming yesterday and that we just managed to skip. So I'm going to open this back up to SSC questions for those couple. Go to France.
Okay, thank you. And the public testimony maybe prompted another question, if I may. So I guess I'll have three. Yeah, and apologies for not getting back to this yesterday. They didn't neatly fit into any of the three kind of areas or parts that we went through. And this is kind of going back to our February 2023 recommendations, one of which was that we kind of requested that the different uses of the EFH products be tracked to just get a better sense of how the data and the data products are used, not just in terms of satisfying EFH requirements and perhaps in consultations, but also kind of by the wider scientific community, the public in general, or others. And I think our intent at the time was to kind of help, at least in part, to help inform this next review, the current review. So I was just wondering whether you actually have a good sense of how the products are currently used, and which basically kind of could help us maybe formulate our recommendations here to make those more useful.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Muter, through the chair. Thank you for reminding us about that SSC request last time. And I apologize for not remembering it as well as I should have when we prepared for this EFH 5-year review launch. We do track how other groups are using our information when they contact us directly and we hear from our collaborators. We can implement tracking for activity within our GitHub repository, such as our SDM Ensemble GitHub code. And so one group that has been quite interested in using that, which some may have heard about through AMSS, is the Miser group. And so they have taken our Ensemble SDM code and have taken that in some other interesting applications in the Bering Sea region. The genetics program at the Science Center has applied our SDM Ensemble covariates to some of their analyses to great interest. Within our own group, because we work on other things supporting fishery management in addition to EFH, and remembering that EFH is one management pathway, the other applications related to fishery management actions recently that come to mind are the work that Dr. Mason Smith has done on Bristol Bay red king crab spatial management, looking at applying our SDM Ensemble to the Bristol Bay red king crab stock during the summer season, and also working with Dr. Emily Reisner at the Crab Lab in Kodiak to apply fishery-dependent data using SDM Ensemble and some different modeling techniques to fishery-dependent data for that stock. And so the SDM approach to EFH is tailored specifically when we apply it to this management pathway. However, when applied to other actions such as crab spatial management, the Gulf of Alaska tanner crab protection analysis that is happening right now, where Mallory is developing an SDM for tanner crab in the Gulf of Alaska, those are other applications where our base SDM Ensemble or STMs are applied to address those specific decision support needs. And that's just component one. There are many uses of mid-model products from component two that have also been applied to that king crab spatial management action, may be applied to the Goa tanner crab protection analysis, and the Gear Innovation Initiative work will most certainly be applied to many council actions to support decision support for those areas. It is key to remember, and I encourage this body to remember, that EFH is one management pathway for our tools. We are excited to contribute these analytical tools to the broader toolset for EBFM in the region, from the component one SDMs and the component two fishing effects model and evaluation. And we will do a better job coming back next time of providing a comprehensive list of applications for the SSC and other bodies to review.
Thank you. And then back to Franz, I'll leave it up to your discretion. I was hoping not to open questions up more broadly because we normally don't have them after public testimony. But if you think it's critical for our discussion, your questions beyond these two, I'll leave that to your discretion.
Okay, thanks. I'll just try to limit it to some clarifications maybe. My second question on our and I appreciate the response here, and maybe just add a note that I certainly refer a lot of students to the EFH products as well, and Mallory has generously agreed to do a guest lecture in our fishery management class, so there are those kinds of users that are probably not being tracked. Another discussion point that we had in the last review, as we were looking forward to this one, was the definition of EFH that we use, and in particular, at the time, we asked the team to perhaps consider redefining EFH to be more appropriate for the level 2 kind of information that we have now. And so just for the SSC and the public as a reminder, currently it's defined as a top 95% of the probability of occurrence or the area occupied. So based on a presence absence analysis, because we have so many level 2 stocks now that have either abundance or biomass estimates, we had recommended that and I'll just quote here or paraphrase, I guess, that the SDM team considers a measure that narrows EFH to encompass higher density areas that cumulatively are home to 95% of the numerical abundance or biomass, rather than 95% of the total area occupied. And so my question is just if that's something that maybe had been considered, or reasons for maybe pursuing that or not pursuing that, and what your thoughts are on that.
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Dr. Muter. Excuse me. So I do remember this being brought up during the last review. And Outside of the review, when putting together the Harris et al. Manuscript that was published in the Journal of Applied Ecology in 2024, we dug deeper into our approach to how EFH is mapped. So for Alaska, from the 2005 EFH EIS and forward, EFH is the upper 95th percentile of the area of occupied habitat. And for level 2, habitat-related abundance, density, or biomass, occupied habitat is estimated by applying a probability under Poisson distribution to each location that has an abundance estimate. So anything above 0. And based on that Poisson probability of occurrence at those locations, off of the abundance prediction from the ensemble SDM, those EFH percentile areas are set. So we learned in applying the SDM ensemble last time that some of the constituents, the Maxent constituents applied with a complementary log-log link function and treating it more like a Poisson point process where 10 different models are selected just within the little Maxent family there, those tended to predict a larger area across the board and greater abundances across the board than the other constituents. Whereas most of the GAM models, the negative binomial GAM in particular, tended to predict smaller abundances in smaller areas across the board. And so even though the ensemble is putting these all together and weighting them, applying this Poisson probability distribution to each location, each grid cell from the abundance predictions from the ensemble SDM allowed us to sort of scale that abundance across those different abundances that were predicted from the constituents. And so with respect to this application, we felt that that was the best way to go using that ensemble. Digging into this analysis further for that manuscript, where we compared a cumulative approach, which, as you've pointed out, would only apply to EFH level 2, where we have abundance density or biomass, we would straight up take the cumulative upper 95th percentile of those abundance predictions. So with this EFH application, that would wrap in those different abundance predictions in the ensemble. And we were starting to see that in some areas, the EFH map would be a little patchy. Overall, it would produce a smaller EFH area. However, when we dug into this more for the manuscript, that wasn't just straight across the board. There were some species, and those species that tended to have lower density from the bottom trawl survey, those tended to have larger core EFH areas when applying that cumulative approach. And so for those reasons, we stuck with applying a Poisson probability to those abundance estimates locations. However, we are very open to what this body would have to say about how EFH is mapped. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the explanation. And yeah, I guess we can comment on that if we wish, or depending on how others feel. And I realize it's a little awkward to ask questions after the public testimony that kind of seeks clarification on some of the suggestions brought forward, but I think it'll help our discussion. And
Yeah,
so,
that's fine. Go ahead.
okay.
Yeah.
So we kind of got some specific suggestions that kind of are two ends of the spectrum. One is to have more stock-specific EFH, and I think particularly for red king crab, and I think that's in the document that you're at least sort of looking at that. And then the other one on the other end of the spectrum, looking at sort of aggregate EFH, that hotspot approach. And, you know, it certainly seems like there's values in both of them, but I was wondering if you can sort of clarify that a little bit from the sort of the EFH requirements, which I understand is for each species in each FMP, and whether, you know, what flexibility there is within that, if there's other regions that have done stock-specific EFH. And then with regard to the aggregate approach, whether the tools that you have developed are maybe already able to do that, or could be easily implemented through the website to kind of overlay multiple EFH definitions. So just if you could provide a little bit of clarity on that.
Through the chair, Dr. Muter, are you asking about the overlap analysis that was suggested as an idea for providing supplemental EFH information to the fishing effects evaluation? Or are you asking about mapping EFH for multiple species at once? Or both?
More the EFH mapping for multiple species, just the idea of an aggregate approach. Haven't really yet digested or thought about how that might then interface with the FE analysis.
Okay, thank you for the clarifying question on my part. Okay, so yeah, for the record, as Dr. Muter mentioned, EFH is described and mapped by species for each fishery management unit. And so with respect to crabs, because it was mentioned this morning, those crab stocks are all part of the species red king crab in the crab FMP in the fishery management unit. And so for EFH application, we would still map EFH by species. However, there's an opportunity, and in particular because the best information from fishery dependent data for other seasons is in that Bristol Bay area, to map a supplemental map that can be provided with the EFH maps for BBRKC just in that area. Our fishing effects model is not designed to focus on areas that small with respect to the EFH application. However, for other applications, I am very excited about the work that's being done for crabs. It's spatial management actions are only going to become more frequent, I feel, in this process, and we are going to need these tools to be applied at a variety of spatial and temporal scales in order to provide the best decision support that we can to help the council and this body make decisions. And so with respect to the new genetic information for crabs, if I can speak about that a little, I'm excited that this work is coming out, and a way to include that information in the EFH review is in the text descriptions. So part of our review includes reviewing current literature and updating the text descriptions. So if we can add updated literature information there, that's an application for that. However, EFH is mapped by species. Except last review. Sorry, I'm getting a little wavery, I realize. I just remembered the complex approach. So for the rockfish complexes, we mapped individual species where we had data, and then we mapped EFH for the complex because we did not have data to map EFH confidently for those members.
Yeah, then thanks. And maybe briefly on the second aspect of the aggregating. So the proposal is kind of intriguing to look at that more on an aggregate basis as well. And I wonder if the tools that you have developed already would make that doable to basically overlay EFH under different definitions for multiple species to kind of generate the kinds of maps that we saw in public testimony.
Through the chair, Dr. Muter, we certainly have the analytical tools at our disposal to overlay EFH map areas and make some cumulative estimate of EFH in a given location across species, should that be helpful in application to any analysis.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks for asking those clarifications. Under that spirit, we'll go to Bob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Door was opened.
Clarifications.
Clarifications. On public testimony, we heard some recommendations about considering the process or how we use MSST thresholds, for instance, definition of cumulative effect analysis, et cetera. That is not addressed in the documentation. Is it intended that this 5-year review, we will go back and review any of those tenets and of how we are assessing EFH?
Through the chair, Dr. Foy, I'm a little confused by your question, and because what I'm hearing are two separate components of EFH that are required in FMPs mentioned. So you mentioned MSST, which is one gateway to the stock authors doing a fishing effects evaluation, deeper dive. And you mentioned cumulative impacts analysis, which is EFH component 5.
So clarification through the chair. So both of those were brought up in testimony. So the question is, will we be revisiting any of the principles that we agreed on early on many years ago in how we're informing EFH, informing the stock author's review of EFH? Will those be revisited in terms of our definition of those, how we might consider them in this process, or are we just focused on what was in the document with the two components?
Through the chair, thank you for clarifying, Dr. Foy. The SSC subcommittee's approach to the fishing effects evaluation that was established in the 2017 review, we feel that it's working. However, if this body would like to revisit any part of that approach, that is up to your discretion to recommend.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And yeah, Anita.
Through the chair, thanks, Sherry. I just wanted to offer Dr. Harris an opportunity to add any clarity if he would like on the spatial resolution available for fishing effects model runs in regards to this process, if you would like to.
Sure. I'm sorry, what does this refer to? But I mean, yes, but I'm just asking for clarity of how that fits into where we are.
Sorry, I should have referenced the prior comment. It was in regard to a previous question through Franz that I couldn't insert quickly enough. I'm still getting used to this process. And we were talking about species specific versus stock specific resolution and how we could view that, especially on smaller areas than the EFH process provides.
Wonderful. Thanks for guiding us to where. And yeah, Bob, not Bob, Brad, not Bob.
Thanks, Sherry. So just briefly, in alignment with public testimony, the council has also expressed interest in being able to examine fishing effects and relationships with SDMs or potentially spatial closures or other areas of interest at higher resolutions than the base fishing effects analysis, which Dr. Smeltz identified as a 5x5 square kilometer grid that we use for the entire model domain. So the answer is for the EFH process that we've laid out here, 5x5 is our recommendation going forward. However, the model structure and internal workflow does include the ability to analyze at higher resolutions. It's a little bit more complicated to move the catch and areas data through the pipeline at that resolution, but we've built that capacity in response to the council's requests over time. And so, as Dr. Pirtle was noting, as information about the species distributions gets more refined in that higher resolution, so also does the adverse effects and disturbance analysis. And so that would likely be something we would do outside of the standard EFH process at the request of the council, as we have thus far.
Wonderful. And thanks for everybody helping to guide this process so we get the information we need while trying to keep similar structure. It's an important balance. Okay, I think that, go ahead, Jody.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to add one more thing to help this body with their deliberation, and thus respect to the process of the stock author fishing effects evaluation. We provide the essential fish habitat map from the ensemble SDM to the stock author. They also receive the output from the fishing effects model overlay using that core EFH area. And then we provide the stock author with other information for EFH that we develop for this review for their evaluation. And during the process, if they would like to evaluate fishing effects on their species for a different EFH area, such as the upper 75th or hotspots or the whole EFH area, we can provide that, which we did during the last review. And if the stock author would like to look at EFH for a smaller area occupied, such as a stock area, then we can certainly provide that information. However, to meet the regulations for the EFH 5-year review, we evaluate fishing effects for EFH based on species in the fishery management plan. And until those species change by the council amending the fishery management plan, we will take the approach to focus on those species that are targeted in the FMP for this fishery management application. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. Okay. Thanks for everybody's contributions. We're done with the questions, and let's go ahead and move into the discussion. And for that, we'll start out with Chris Siddon.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. Let's see how to go about doing this. I think from the questions that were asked, I will leave some things open. First, just thanks to the EFH team for starting the next iteration of the 5-year review. It's a big project and there's a lot of work to be coming. So I think I can speak for us, appreciate the early onboarding of what the scope and what the plan is going to be, so we can keep abreast of this along the way and add our 2 cents when appropriate, hopefully. With that, I generally agree with the reduced scope on select species. While there's just too much work to do, I think it's a good option. I think in general, we always like to see some rationale for why those species were chosen. Not a huge deal. I think they are a good candidate group to work with because all of them aren't. But again, just kind of think about rationales for some of those things. I would also suggest that just because this is part of my other hat from the SSC, that component 9, the research component of that, if the authors would dovetail as best as possible with the overall research priorities that will be coming up from the council point of view in the next couple of years. So I think it's probably on a reasonable timeline. And we have lots of places to have on-ramps for research priorities. And we just want to flag this for the authors to make sure that the EFH group is an explicit part of that larger discussion on research priorities. So I just wanted to make mention of that because the timeline is likely similar. The other thing that I would like to see somewhere, so recommendation, is a rationale for why the certain components were chosen to focus on, and in the same regard there, a future roadmap for focusing on the remaining components. I just fear that some of those remaining components, there's a few that are, I would say, pretty important, and whether they get reviewed in a decade or 2 decades, because they get lost in the focus on doing these distribution maps and the fishing effect stuff that's super high priority right now. So it'd be nice to see that there's some intent to spend some time really reviewing and thinking about some of those other components of the 10 that are in there. Let's see. Next, there was one of the components, I think it's component 7, which is prey. And I didn't see it explicitly in there, but so I just wanted to make mention of it, is to ensure that the authors are collaborating with or coordinating with the forage fish assessment authors and those folks, and or the diet lab folks at the Science Center, to make sure that they are working together, minimizing redundancy across those groups, and being as collaborative as possible for those types of things. So just a note there to keep that in mind. I would also recommend, from our discussion yesterday and questions yesterday, that the authors really consider utilizing some cooperative survey data, pot data, explicitly for the Aleutian Island golden king crab. I think those distribution maps based on trawl data are likely not super well informed by trawl data with a species that is a rock climber, for lack of a better phrase, and very different habitat, non-trawlable habitat where the core of their distributions are. So I would consider that as well. Next, in a similar vein, because my background is crab, ensure that some of the efforts to ground truth the covariates when possible, and again from questions yesterday, for example, utilizing that local or skipper knowledge regarding maximum currents. I think there's a lot of really expert knowledge about where currents are really strong and where they're not, especially in the Aleutians, that a model approach really may miss some of those things. So it'd be super interesting to see if those line up at all and how useful those might be. Next, and this is kind of my bigger overarching recommendation, and it's really just for the authors and council staff to have a thorough review of how to most effectively organize and make accessible really all of the EFH products and the components, the 10 components, to make sure that we're reaching the widest audience most efficiently. I think we heard a couple of comments about that over the last couple of days. And I would just, as I was kind of prepping for this, kind of going back and forth between the documents provided here and the FMPs and the various different products, it's not super efficient to get on board with all of this information. So I think there's some room for improvement there. And here's just a couple of things to consider, and I'll keep a list of some of these. Consider that the FMPs have all 10 components, even if it's just a simple reference to other products in there, so we know how to get there more simply. For example, the research and information component was not on the online version of the FMP that I looked at. So even though it's in there and it's in an appendix, it's not, I couldn't find it, right? So those are just simple things that would make all your products more useful, and that's really the goal. From a discussion yesterday, or my questioning yesterday, I would consider doing or removing the annual requirement in the SAFE document that's in the FMP, that's stated in the FMP. It's just a consistency thing. If it says that there's gonna be an annual EFH report within the ecosystem considerations, then there either should be or it should come out of the FMP. I think there's rationales for doing an annual product like that and a rationale for just removing it. So I think just doing some wrestling and deciding where you want to go with that would be helpful. And it would just streamline things, and it would help people find where your products are. Ensure the appendices are accessible. As far as I could see, the online FMPs, the appendices aren't part of. So it just takes some extra work to go get them. And these are little details. So generally, the comment here again is to just generally ensure that all your work products are really easily accessible to the council community as a whole, and that we can get there and find where all this super amazing work is, so we can better utilize it when we're brainstorming about other things. I think those are my main comments right now, and I will pass this off to my second. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Can I ask let me ask a
Sure.
clarification. So the overarching recommendation to have the processing components reaching the widest audience, were the following things that you said after that examples of how to do that?
They are potential examples. They're just some things that I came up on. Those aren't necessarily recommendations. There are things to consider that the authors should, to help them understand the rationale for my recommendation.
Okay, great. And I think that we can do this in our minutes, but we may need to clarify there are different some are responsibilities of authors, council staff,
Correct.
and then also EFH authors, stock assessment authors. So we can clarify, and I think in our minutes, recognizing that these are not all for the EFH authors specifically.
Yeah, thanks for that. And that was a difficult, it's like, I don't know who's responsible for what,
Yep.
like as a package as a whole, right? There's some things to consider. So I just wanted to make sure that it was out there. Thank you.
Great, no problem. Franz.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Yeah, my comments are probably more focused on the EFH parts of this, and maybe a little bit on the fishing effects. And thanks, Chris, for all the points that you raised that I agree with generally. So one area that I think we should comment on is that, you know, at least I would be, and as I see it, kind of made some comments about that in our last round of reviews as well. It's just seeing more progress in the EFH descriptions for other times of the year outside the summer season. And I don't think we should be asking for a lot. You know, there's some things that they have started doing, but just to emphasize that as an important avenue for further progress. In the last review cycle, the focus was, and I think appropriately, on improving the modeling approaches to use, you know, kind of state-of-the-art SDMs in the ensemble modeling approach to predict EFH by species and life stage. And that was obviously a major advance. But of course, the shortcoming there is that it's limited to the summer season, whereas, you know, we know that the distribution for many fish and crab changes throughout the year, and the fisheries, of course, operate over much of the year. And so I think that's a really important avenue as we, you know, start looking at fishing impacts on different stocks to have to work towards providing more information on distribution of fish and crab at other times of the year. So I think we should, you know, strongly support any of the ongoing or planned work to incorporate EFH descriptions for other seasons where appropriate and where the data allow it. I see kind of at least two different avenues for doing that. One is using fishery-dependent data, and the analysts suggested that they already working with a Kodiak lab, for example, to estimate distribution of male red king crab and perhaps snow crab at other times of the year. And it would be great to just see an example of how information, you know, from either the target fishery or bycatch information from other fisheries using, you know, state-of-the-art approaches can reasonably be used to delineate fall or winter distributions. And I'll note Chris also mentioned the Aleutian Island golden king crab as a good candidate for that. So there's ongoing work. I think we should support that and maybe, you know, emphasize the importance of that work. Second approach that was not really described in the document, although we heard maybe some reference to that, is to use information on movement from tagging studies in conjunction with species distribution models to predict the distribution of crab or fish, for example, in the fall and winter, based on their observed distribution in the summer in the survey and known or observed movement patterns. And that's approach that Sean Hardison has taken now, and, you know, some of that has been published, and he's also extended that to female, sorry, not published, it's in review, but he has also extended that to female red king crab. So I think we can note that can be, you know, already been done and is a promising avenue to get at distributions at other times of the year. And then there's also, I think, a recent NPRB funded projects to do something similar for snow crab. I'm not sure what the timeline of that is. And I think this all kind of fits under or is related to the section on additional BSAI crab studies in the document 2124. So I think we should sort of support including and assessing the utility of these approaches. So that's all I have on that. I'm interested in others' take on that. I would also suggest that we put maybe a high priority on mapping prey distributions, in particular forage fish. And I don't think it was cited in the document, but if the analysts aren't aware of it, I would point to the Alaska Forage Fish database housed at USGS as a good data source. And I also appreciate the plans that were outlined, and we may want to kind of support the idea of using stomachs as a sampler of forage fish to describe forage fish distribution. My next comment is on the spatiotemporal modeling. I think we should support the development of those models as what the team called supplementary description, if that can be kind of made accessible. And I think there's utility in having sort of the annual mapping of habitat and how that shifts over time. But I would suggest that we ask for some discussion of the pros and cons for the sort of describing that on an interannual, the interannual variability and the potential utility of this information and uses of that information. Both in an EFH context and for other applications, perhaps. In addition to that, I think we may want to ask for EFH descriptions for at least, I think we commented on that last time too, to look at, warm and cold conditions and possibly other contrasting conditions. I think, maybe at least a couple examples of, in addition to what's in the Arctic FMP for now, for maybe some key species to map EFH by warm and cold periods. For example, I'm thinking about Pacific cod or pollock and some of the flatfish species in the Bering Sea that were very strongly affected by the marine heat wave, to maybe sort of anticipate distribution, EFH distribution, and under a warmer climate. And then just one technical recommendation for the spatiotemporal model, based on a question that Curry asked yesterday, and that's to include a year effect in these models to account for interannual differences in overall abundance. I think as structures, as they currently structured, I don't think the interannual changes in sort of average biomass are adequately accounted for in the other terms. So I think that would be an easy addition, or at least a rationale for why it shouldn't be in there. And then a final point on EFH is to perhaps reiterate our recommendation from February 23 to consider some potentially important oceanographic variables. And I had asked some questions about that yesterday. I think we should support the inclusion of the variables that they added, like summer bottom temperature, which is obviously important to many groundfish, and of the structure forming invertebrates. In addition, I think we could ask them to consider, in particular, frontal structures, so gradients in temperature and or salinity that are often associated with high areas of high densities of certain species, certain mobile species anyway, as well as measures of vertical stratification and or mixed layer depth, and perhaps including currents already, perhaps that already accounts for some of these structures, but perhaps some discussion on whether or not it makes sense to look at some of these measures as well. And then I don't really have a lot on the fishing effects model. I think we should support the approach and the direction that they're going, and the updates with available new information. And I would suggest we agree with evaluating the fishing effects sort of comprehensively for all gear types combined for the purposes of the sort of the EFH fishing effects cycle. But in addition, I would suggest that we perhaps ask for a discussion of or description of the ways in which the data can reasonably be disaggregated by, say, gear type, fleet, season, etc., and And Brad spoke to that a little bit earlier, that there's, obviously lots of requests for that and efforts to do that. But just, I think, to give the council and the public kind of a sense of how the outputs could be used to inform spatial or gear-related management actions or other research efforts. And that's all I had.
Thanks, Franz. Before I go to Bob, I just wanted to ask you, from the clarifications this morning, which were really helpful for me, I mean, it sounds like for the EFH, we're going to have sort of a map by species. We're also going to have this other information that can be used to inform, I think, text, if I understand this correctly, text under these figures. I'm wondering if throughout our minutes and possibly if we need to highlight, go back and highlight in our discussion, which of these recommendations are for the legal definition map, what are in the, what are in the text, just so that we understand what we're asking and authors may understand also what we're asking. I don't know if, I'll just put that out there so that you can think about it, while Bob's talking, but just so that we come to a sort of a common understanding of what we're looking for. Yeah.
I mean, I think I can respond to that. I mean, I don't want to kind of make that distinction of what's legally required and what's not legally required. I mean, I'd rather maybe ask for clarification in the document, what the different uses are and what's required and what's supports other research or uses.
That's perfect. Okay, go to Bob.
Thank you, Chris and Franz. Appreciate your reviews and comments and agree with all the statements that have been made in terms of recommendations and where we're at in this process. So I will just try to append to that. Overall, the main question here is whether the scope of 1 and 2 are appropriate for what the council had approved, and they very much are in line with what the council has approved and what our requirements are for the 5-year review. The proposed updates to the SDM and the updates in the FE models inputs are appropriate and build on some of the comments that the SSC had in the last review cycle. In particular, I am very appreciative of the STM advances. The spatial temporal dynamics are important for moving EFH out of just this 5-year update. And Madam Chair, I think this, I'm responding to your last comment. While it's important for us to identify what achieves the goals of MSA requirement under the 5-year review, we're also seeing that these EFH products are tools for other decision making. So I do recommend that the authors be clear in their analyses and in what they bring to us as to what products are being used in the decision making, different decision making within the council process. For example, we heard in public testimony other new information that might be available about stock structure that might be considered. So incorporating that into the why of what is being brought forward to us to review will be important moving forward, again, so that we can make sure that we're addressing the 5-year review requirements, but also so that we're seeing the value of the overall EFH effort to this entire process. And I think that'll be particularly important as we're communicating with stock assessment authors on their review. Is the review to make sure that we're achieving our responsibilities under MSA, or is the review so that they understand how these data are and can be used elsewhere along with their stock assessments? So that's going to be important. I agree with the refined species list. I appreciate the focus on important species, et cetera, and that does address the priorities for this review. Thank the authors for at every turn reminding us that they will bring bridging analyses to the new information that'll be part of this process, and saves us from having to dig into that and make sure that that's going to happen. It's very clear that the authors in both the SDM and the fishing effects side of the process are thinking about how to bring us from the last review to the next review, and that's much appreciated. And I think that'll help with some of the confusion that often exists in the EFH review process, because we have the 5-year time period. As we incorporate new tools, so and some of this is in the STM, but throughout this process, and an example is the use of the MOMS model. I recommend that we recommend that the authors be clear about a skill of the modeled information. For instance, with the MOMS model, in terms of its skill and the edges of EFH in the off seasons based on species distribution. So we're asking a lot of this EFH process for data poor times of the year and potentially data poor areas on the outside of EFH. So being clear about when the information that we're using as covariates or when we're correlating information to define these the habitats, we're very clear about when the information, the quality of the information going into that process. Similar to that, I appreciate the incorporation of the updated information from the Alaska Coral and Sponge Initiative, the image analysis, and again, requests that we're clear about what the new information provides, what the biases associated with that project's updated database is for the new analysis, and where we can improve in the future. For crab, being clear about, this is similar to my last comment about availability of information. There was some focus in the document about considering a maturity status, for instance, with crab. And I think the answer to my question was excellent in terms of how the maps will incorporate that information and be aware of the movement and distribution shifts that might occur once you incorporate things like maturity, but being clear then about what is driving the central fish habitat maps, and then the potential overlap with fisheries at different times of the year, different size sex categories, et cetera, is going to be very important as we're considering this in aggregate. I do have a strong recommendation to include pH as a covariate, if at all possible, in the level 3 EFH maps. I think the SSC has been considering pH and in risk tables for crab stocks, and or development of risk tables for crab stocks, and considering the changes as pH approaches levels that we know are impactful for crab species. So considering whether that's possible in this review process, I think will be important. And then lastly, on the fishing effects model, I recommend bringing forward an opportunity to review some of the updated parameters that were mentioned that are going to be brought forward. Some of them potentially updated, some of them potentially represent new information. So I'm speaking about the gear parameters. So considering more specifics about bottom contact, more specifics about the gear being used. So having an opportunity to review the information that is then going to be used to define the overall fishing effects. And then also, as we discussed, any new assessment information on recovery data, not just what's in the literature, but if there is any new assessment that is brought forward, being clear and bringing that as a separate analysis for review in the process. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Bob. Next, we'll go to Rob.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there's not too much more to say without being duplicative. Just again, thanking Dr. Pirtle and her team. It's obviously a very impressive effort, and I really appreciate all of the skill sets that her team brings to the table. and their openness to receive feedback and really work with their colleagues, stakeholders, et cetera, to improve this this whole process and their products. It's very impressive. The things that I guess I'd just like to, more than anything, is kind of reiterating, but we're kind of high on my list. I am a super strong proponent of using fishery-dependent data to get at some of these seasonal variability questions. I understand that's a whole new can of worms and big data sets to include, and it's not feasible for this effort, but it would be nice to have some case studies. And for this particular version of the EFH update, the team has gone through improved the model structure. That's a major change. The modeling approaches with that, for the most part, set. There might be some tweaks for the next iteration, but it's mostly it's using the best models and best opportunities possible. It would be nice to have a couple, maybe a case study or two, and consider whether that would be part of the next iteration. Is more of fisheries dependent data to look at seasonal changes in habitat. Also, just kind of reemphasizing the, we didn't talk about it much during the presentation, or questioning the data that's available for early life stages and prey. There's, of course, this effort's a large focus on the bottom trawl survey from the groundfish assessment program, which is a nice one-stop shop for all the older age classes. But for early life stages, we're talking multiple programs, multiple surveys, and multiple groups to come up with those data. So just making sure I know you've already reached out to others, but just we're happy to work with you and as well as others. And I definitely recommend you reach out to the EcoFoci team at AFSC, as well as you're probably already working with BSFRF and others on the juvenile crab distribution too. We also have information on juvenile crab distribution that for smaller size classes that are smaller than what the bottom trawl gets. And I also noticed what kind of brought that up too is a couple of levels and availability of data that was mentioned in the tables that I'm certain are better than what you specified currently. The other part was, absolutely appreciate the bridging analysis. That was really helpful. And it was interesting how in most situations, mean relative error declined, but there were examples where they weren't. And it'd be interesting to kind of figure out why that might be happening. And in fact, I'm thinking of some of the deeper depths in the Bering Sea. And then also just the kind of again, thinking about, I think the STMs are really exciting. There's a lot of research type approaches that and information that I think you could gather from those STMs. And as Franz had mentioned, looking at different warm and cool periods, but I think also looking at these long-term kind of secular changes versus more episodic events, it gives you the opportunity to look at areas of persistence and hotspots through time that even through different warm and cool periods. So I think there's a lot of unique opportunities that those methods bring to the table now for not necessarily ancillary, but also to help just inform some decisions going forward. Yep, I think that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. Curry.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I support all the comments that were already provided. I have a few more specific ones related to the EFH SDM modeling component. First is with respect to the spatiotemporal model development. I think, as Rob just highlighted, one of the real values is the ability to step back and say, for, say, core EFH, if defined based on a static model, how likely is it to be effective across the variability and distribution we see amongst years? So I think these tools can be very powerful in that respect. I think we could encourage the analysts not only to include or consider including a factor year effect or an AR1 year effect in there for the reasons that Franz highlighted, but also to consider and justify their choice of whether or not the spatial or the spatiotemporal fields will be independent among years or spatially correlated. There's a justification in either way, depending on the purpose. I think within the presentation materials in the report, they were going to be structured as AR1 spatiotemporal fields, and I think some justification for that choice is probably necessary. With respect to the static SDMs that become part of the ensemble for EFH, I think we should encourage the analyst to consider implementation of a spatially blocked cross-validation approach rather than a random cross-validation approach. Given that this would provide a more representative description of model performance, given the use case, given the context, right? Our goal is to ask, how well does it predict an area that perhaps we haven't observed before in the context of spatial prediction? And in reality, there's a lot of useful tools that can be used to define a spatially blocked cross-validation approach. One can define their own boxes in space. There's the block CV package in R that makes it somewhat straightforward to set up kind of k-fold cross-validation training and testing data sets. So I think we can point the authors towards that and encourage their consideration of that type of cross-validation approach. That's all I have.
Thanks, Curry. Franz.
Yeah, thanks. I just had one follow-up on the, I'm glad Bob asked for including the pH, which I agree with, but I think we should also note a caution there. Presumably you meant bottom pH for obvious reasons. And it's my understanding that the bottom pH in particular is not very well validated. I think there are some ongoing projects to do that validation. The center, I guess, is collecting a lot of data for Bristol Bay anyway, and I hope it becomes available in time, but I would definitely suggest waiting for the validation if possible in this cycle, rather than just using the model outputs that are currently available.
Bob.
Yeah, I understand where you're going and agree. Definitely talking about bottom pH. I guess I would temper the weighting of the information and just recommend that any information that they use as a covariate has been ground truthed, because I think there are a couple of different sources for pH ground truthing. Right now, most of the MOMS modeling effort is focused on aragonite saturation, but really it's pH that we're concerned with respect to crab. So agree if we can just temper it so that they're aware of what ground truthing is being done before they use it. Agree.
Chris. And
Yeah, thanks, Sherry. I just wanted to bring back up and make sure that it gets in our minutes and we've thought about it and thinking about workload for this group. It's easy for us to add a bunch of recommendations and things, and really, and it came up before, it's what are required EFH products and what are things that we all are brainstorming that we really want to do offshoot projects and additional things associated with that. In light of that, I just think about, and something was resonating in the back of my brain of Franz's recommendation about seasonal EFH stuff. And I feel like in the last cycle, we recommended not to do seasonal maps for this type of thing. So, and I can't remember why, but anyway, we just want to make sure that we have some clear instructions for the authors so they're not stuck trying to interpret multiple kind of opposite information and recommendations from us. So just some clarity. And I don't remember explicitly, I just think we recommended not doing seasonal EFH last year. So if anyone else remembers, or if I'm totally off base, let me know. Anyway, just a general comment about ensuring workload and the like. Thanks.
Franz.
Yeah, just to maybe provide a little clarity on my comment. I mean, I agree. We didn't recommend it for the last review cycle, but I think in our recommendations, and I have to go back to it, we did acknowledge the limitation of using summer distributions only and the value for longer term looking at at distributions at other times of the year? And also, if that wasn't clear, I'm not really asking for new analyses that the team should undertake, but they noted ongoing collaborations, and I highlighted some other ongoing work that could be leveraged to provide kind of a case study or examples of how it can be done. So I think we can maybe clarify that. And the methods, of course, if they find that they have plenty of time to run some, do some additional modeling, they're welcome to do so.
Thank you. I do have just one addition. Franz had mentioned in the importance of looking at prey and suggested the geologic survey database. I would also suggest if they're looking into that, also to contact the state, because I don't think that any of our data was included just because it had different data types. So reaching out to, it's just another contact for them. Okay. Thank you all. I will do. Yeah, thanks for laughing, Chris. I will do my best at a brief summary. I think that all of the things where we disagreed, I think that we resolved it in our discussion. So if I don't mention it specifically, I think we covered it and said it out loud on the record. So I think that we can say the first thing was that we wanted to thank the authors and everybody involved for all the work that has been done so far. And we generally agree with the reduced scope and the select species that were named. We, given that the main questions for us were, yeah, the scope of 1 and 2, yes, we agree with that. And we believe that the proposed updates to the SDM and fishing effects model are both appropriate and they build on comments from the last review cycle. We have noted a number of different things from the last review cycle that that we're bringing forward as sort of continuing recommendations. We definitely appreciate the new STMs and that they are important. And one of the things that we've highlighted throughout this is that it would be really valuable if the authors say what achieves the goal of this 5-year review and what are tools for other decision making, because obviously we have talked about recommendations for all of the above. And when we're doing this, we also recognize that workload is an issue. And so we have named ways to leverage other information and given some context to hopefully help with some of that. But we recognize that that's going to be part of this. We'd like to ask the authors to be clear on, which pieces are used for which type of decision making, so that we can both review the 5-year product and also review the usefulness for different parts of this product. We think that that'll also help the stock assessment authors for recognizing which types of reviews they're doing. Like I said, we appreciate and support using a select number of species. Think that those are appropriate for this review and have asked if it can be information in the document explaining why those were chosen and sort of what they show. We really do appreciate the bridging analysis for both the SDM and the fishing effects model that will help all of us move from the last review and how that has fed into and moved into this next review. We had a number of recommendations specifically for like the STM modeling and the other methodology. We also had some for the fishing effects work, and just a second, lost this in my notes. And as we incorporate new tools, we ask the authors to be clear about sort of the skill, and I realize this may be only for part of this analysis, but we ask the authors if they can help us understand and be clear about the skill of this modeled information. So recognizing, especially say with, I'm giving an example with the STMs, you know, if you're getting to an edge of a species distribution or a certain amount of time or another season, we recognize we're excited about this and we've got recommendations, but we also would appreciate the authors helping us understand what is well-informed from these data and what is not. We had some comments on covariates to be used, and I'm not going to summarize more than that, but we're going to name certain ones, and also that mentioned ground truthing. We appreciated information from the Coral and Sponge initiative, and we've mentioned other resources that may be useful for this EFH. We asked for, in the document, if the authors could be clear on what is driving the EFH maps, recognizing that any approximation, whether that's the STM or whether that's the fixed single map, is different than reality, describing sort of what is driving the maps that they come up with and how they interact with things, say other times of year, other seasons, things like that. We appreciate and look forward to, for the fishing effects model, authors bringing forward for review the updated parameters, and we had some other ideas for when that comes back. I meant to say this up front along with the thanks, but we really appreciate the openness of the authors to feedback, and thought that this the work that they're bringing forward and presented to us is really impressive. So of the types of things that we recommended, whether this is looking at other seasons, warm and cold periods, annual changes, using fishery depending data, we realized that, you know, these are a big lift. And so one of the suggestions is to look at case studies. We, so taking a step back, we looked at the different components that are addressed in this review, and we supported the components that will be worked on. We also asked for if authors can include some bigger picture as to sort of why these components were chosen for this review and what other ones may be a focus in future reviews. That would help give some context to readers and us. We describe that sort of as a roadmap for the remaining components. And finally, we asked for there we go. So we recommended for all people involved in this process to the value of having EFH reach the widest audience. And so we've got a number of recommendations or examples of ways that that may happen, and those, and we'll name those, and we recognize those are not all the responsibility of the stock assessment authors, but we do think that it's important, and we also recognize in their presentation, they said that as well, it's important to reach, they're working hard to reach the most users. Okay, I think that that's what I had for an overall. Are there big pieces that I missed? Okay. All right, well, that is the end of our EFH. Our EFH agenda item for this meeting. That is not the end of EFH. So we will, let's see, it is 9:40 right now. Let's go ahead and realize it's a little bit early, but let's take a 15-minute break now, come back at 9:55 for our last agenda item, which is the harvest control rules.
Testing audio.
All right, everybody, let's bring it back together.
This is Kirsten. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Kirsten. Welcome. All right, our next agenda item is D4. It's Harvest Control Rule Development. And for this, I will pass it over to Diane and Kirsten.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the SSC, Diana Stram, council staff. With me on this presentation are Dr. Kirsten Holzman, and we have Dr. Jimmy Anelli providing the joint plan team report from the meeting that we had in January. And then following that, we will get a report from the crab plan team from Katie Payloff. So just to provide you an overview of kind of what we're discussing today, I'll give you a little bit of background. As you recall, you heard some of this information in your October council meeting following the SSC's report from the June HCR workshop. What we were lacking is the council and the SSC had requested that we go to the plan teams to get their feedback. So during the fall specification cycle, we were trying to get feedback from both the groundfish and the crab plan teams. And as you'll hear, we did meet with the groundfish plan team in September, and the groundfish plan team had requested an additional joint meeting, primarily to talk about triggers that might move you to a different harvest control rule. So that was the origin of us having a joint plan team meeting in January. The crab plan team we met with in November, but it was during the shutdown, and so they only had half of their membership available. And so as a result of that, while we had an informational only item to the crab plan team in November, the crab plan team also scheduled us for their meeting in January so that the entire membership could then comment on the plans for modifying harvest control rules. So that's why you will hear from the crab plan team again on this afterwards. With respect to the groundfish joint plan teams that we met with in January, we've embedded the slides for the joint plan team meeting in conjunction with this presentation as it fits in after I'll go through several sections of the paper and our plans for the June review, and then you'll hear from Dr. Iannelli to provide the report from the joint plan teams as we met a week or so ago. So in terms of the overview of this presentation, in order to try to clarify things, I have a couple slides just clarifying what's intended by the council's climate work plan versus this effort for the harvest control rule discussion paper for June. So all of this is in preparation for what we are bringing to you comprehensively in June. This item is not going to the AP or the council at this meeting. This was more of a check-in with the SSC. And so this is your time to provide, I will provide you an overview of what we are intending to bring back to you in June as a more comprehensive discussion paper that will go from the SSC AP council as we normally would. And so if you have additions or revisions as a body that you would like to provide to us as the analysts at this time, that would be very helpful. You will also hear the feedback from both the groundfish plan teams as well as the crab plan teams on that. So in terms of clarification, and this has been, I apologize in that we started to use the word work plan when we were talking about this at the joint groundfish plan team meeting, and I think that caused some of this confusion. There is a climate work plan that was adopted by the council in December of 2024. I put the link to the council motion here. I also have a follow-up slide to go through the 4 elements that are currently part of the council's motion. But the important part to understand of that is that following the work of the Climate Change Task Force, as well as the feedback from the SSC subgroup that attended SCS 8, the council formulated the initial building blocks, if you will, of the council's climate work plan in December of 2024. They moved forward that. It has 4 elements so far, but the intention is that that is a living document and the council may augment that at any time. I believe that the council indicated its intention to review the work plan at least on an annual basis, possibly on a twice a year basis. But right now, the current plan is for the council to look at a formatted work plan that would look more like a spreadsheet with the progress to date in June. As far as the HCR discussion paper, that is one element specifically of the council's initial 4 elements of the work plan. And that scope of that discussion paper is subject to the planting review and SSC discussion here, and then a broader discussion paper that we'll bring back in June. And the bulk of this presentation is just walking through the outline of what will be included in that paper, as well as the progress to date. So both of these items are on the agenda for the June 2026 council meeting. They're related, but they are separate in the sense, if you can think of the climate work plan as more like the groundfish policy objectives that the council reviews periodically. And that's what the intention of that work plan is. Right now, most of the work plan is being encompassed by the paper that we're bringing back in June. So given that these are the 4, on the left-hand side here, are the 4 elements of the current work plan. So incorporating climate forecast linked management advice, incorporating climate-driven interactions and cascading impacts through the use of ecosystem indicators and models, considering and incorporating dynamic management tools to increase in-season adaptation capacity, and then reviewing the tier system, biomass targets and limits for climate robust or forecast informed harvest control rules. So we're focusing mostly on 4, but by its very nature, it is linked to the other 3. There are other aspects, I would say specifically to element 3, that the council may be considering that are different from the MSEs that are ongoing, such as looking at in-season management capacity to avoid exceeding ACLs. That's one thing that would also possibly fall under number 3 of the climate work plan. To the right on this slide, and I'll look to my colleague Kirsten to speak to where the research and development at the AFSC, there are examples of each of these different aspects. And part of our paper for June will be summarizing how these are related and what parts of harvest control rules are embedded in modifying a harvest control rule under our tier system versus considering things within the assessment itself that would modify climate enhanced biological reference points. So Kirsten, if it's okay with you, I'd turn it to you to talk about the right-hand side of the slide and those examples.
Yeah, thanks, Diana. Yeah, and on the right-hand side, and this is, I should just caveat this, these are examples of the kinds of scientific evaluations that could inform sort of the left-hand side here. So this could include, and it's non-exhaustive, there's lots of ongoing excellent work being done. And you would want to bring all of this, of course, through a council process. So it would be reviewed and then deemed appropriate. But some of the things that might fit in, for example, we'll hear a lot more about the sort of number 4 here, which is the kind of centered around the HCR discussions. But number 2, incorporating interactions and understanding ecosystem indicators. The work that's been ongoing with ecosystem surveys, really vital for that, the monitoring, indicators and modeling, especially emergent new understanding from some of those evaluations, that could all feed into number 2, which might be related to triggers for alternative harvest control rules, or it might be related to some of the ongoing simulation work that's being done to test those different alternative HCRs. So this is just to give a sense for the types of information flow that we might want to think about for the discussion paper, to identify some examples of how we might bring that information through a review process to help support the climate work plan. So anyhow, there's just a few examples there. And in particular, we are trying to build and have been building the capacity for some of the forecasting, environmental forecasting components that are new, I think, relative to the information we had previously.
Thanks, Kirsten. So just to be clear, in trying to differentiate between these two things. The council's climate work plan is intended to be dynamic. It could be modified at any time. And what the council has requested is that we come back in June with a formatted work plan that lays out the different aspects that the council has currently included in their work plan, which are these 4 elements. They may augment that, but then also to incorporate work to date. And at the end of this presentation, we have a draft timeline that tries to integrate where the CEFI products are coming online and where that fits in with both the council's climate work plan, but also the fact that we are bringing back this discussion paper that is a little bit broader than just looking at harvest control rules. It's also looking at what is ongoing in assessment work that might be a different avenue for scientific advice than modifying harvest control rules. So given that this is the outline of the paper, there's 7 sections right now that we are intending to include. I'm going to walk through each section and our progress to date on that. But we are looking for feedback or advice on these aspects that we are intending to bring back and the sort of information that we're including in that. The first then is the status and the goals of this effort. This is largely an aspect that will be driven by council staff. And this is to provide the overall general overview of why the council is looking at refinements to current biological reference points and harvest control rules. And what are the issues that the council is intending to address by doing so. So we've had multiple overview and discussion papers. I would note that posted to your agenda is a short general, like high-level overview of what this effort is. We do have we've now created a council webpage for the harvest control rule work, to which we will be incorporating aspects to this as we move forward. But generally, this would be council staff drafting this section of this with the overarching goal of providing the council some general objectives for this action, so goals and objectives that would normally be incorporated into a purpose and needs statement from the council side, which would generate the when the council initiates an analysis. The council has requested this paper and this information. The council has not yet explicitly initiated an analysis. And so we're trying to help the council and the public in moving forward with articulating a purpose and need for this action and what you would be looking at in terms of objectives for that. As such, we've been working on some draft infographics. This is a somewhat difficult endeavor for the general public to understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and what's involved in doing so. So we've been trying to step back and work on some infographics. I have a couple drafts. I really don't want you to focus too much in on them. That's why I tried to rubber stamp them with draft. But this is the direction that we're trying to go in. The graphics are not the way we want them. Please don't look at the trends. But this is sort of where we're going right now. These are all things that we would be refining and would be included in the discussion paper and posted to our website to help provide the high-level overview of what are we doing, what are we considering, why are we considering it, and what does it look like when you look at different harvest control rules that have explicit objectives. And later on in this, we'll talk about performance metrics. But right now, this is trying to get at the overall general objective. We do have another draft infographic related to the plan team discussion, but please take all of this with a grain of salt. These are just, I was hesitant to put them up there because people immediately focus in on what the graphs look like. The next section then is talking about priority species and stocks. So this is something that the SSC has already commented back on, as well as the groundfish plan teams, and we'll hear after this presentation from the crab plan team as well. The SSC had identified that we would look at a subset of species. We talked about this as well, and this is part of the joint plan team discussion that you'll hear back from Dr. Iannelli on, but focusing on Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, and Gulf Pacific cod, pollock, Alaska sablefish, and snow crab. In September, the groundfish plan team also requested to add POP to this list. And then the CPT had some discussion that you hear from them on additional crab stocks of interest that are more than just snow crab. So you'll hear back from this, and there's also some feedback in the joint plan team recommendation on looking at stocks and stock groupings. We know we can't take on everything all at once, and so we're trying to high grade what would be example categories that we would be looking at. The next section then of the paper will go over performance and evaluation options. And so this is looking at performance metrics and trying to provide some draft performance metrics. So in terms of work to date, if you recall, I think it was June of 2024 in Sitka, we had a workshop from the ACLIMB folks and a paper that came out of that from Holloway et al. That provided some draft performance metrics for the climb work. We also posted to the link to the joint groundfish plan team meeting is posted to your agenda. And on that link, there is also a draft spreadsheet that we started to put together during that meeting and the workshop that preceded it the day before of performance metrics. So we are refining and we'll be bringing forward some draft performance metrics in the June paper. And obviously the idea there is that once the council has articulated the goals and objectives of this effort, the performance metrics are intended to be used in simulation to see how well different harvest control roles and or biological reference points and assessments meet those metrics and how those metrics meet the objectives of the overall action. One other thing that we are intending to provide a proposal, if you will, in the June paper is also a plan for trying to develop social indicators, whether that be through workshops with the council or a specific council agenda. We haven't gotten very far in our way of thinking of how we would do that, but we would intend to be providing a draft of a proposal for your feedback in June of how we might develop accompanying social indicators to go along with the quantitative performance metrics that we'll put forward as draft in June.
We've got a question for you from Curry.
Yeah, is it appropriate to ask questions throughout, or should I hold till the end?
Yeah, we can go ahead. Thank you, Curry.
Okay. This is actually in reference to the list of species on the previous slide. Thank you, Diana. Was there any discussion either internally with the ACLIMB and GoACLIMB groups or with the groundfish plan team about including in there species for which we have lower data quality? I mean, I note that these are all pretty well-informed stocks in tier 3. Yeah, something like maybe a poorly observed rockfish.
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Cunningham. I'll also look to Jim or Kirsten to weigh in. I would say that in general, our thinking and our discussions have focused on the higher data quality stocks. I don't recall if at the groundfish planting meeting we talked about lower data quality stocks, but we did talk about grouping things. I'm going to pause and see if Kirsten or Jim have more feedback on that.
Yeah, this is Jim Iannelli in Seattle with the AFSC. No, and I think part of the problem might be what tier they're in, that the potential for actually adjusting the HCR might be more of a stretch. And as you know, there's some tier 6 research being undertaken by Cindy Trevusio and others that are on the list for evaluating. But to my knowledge, maybe Kirsten, has it come up in any of the ACLIMB discussions?
I think we've had some discussion about so both the climbs have a core set of species that we proposed when we wrote the proposals for those projects. And so some of them overlap, but I do think the discussions at the plan team that they may align, or there may be some unique needs. And there was some grouping around those that maybe aren't harvested at a rate that an HCR even has an effect. And so some of those sorts of groupings and how to make those decisions would really be part of this discussion paper, as I understand it. And coming out of that, then we might be able to identify the modeling capacity for addressing the subset of species. But the ones that you see listed here are within the realm of what we can do with the climbs presently. But there are other species, yes, that should probably be included.
Okay, thank you.
Jason.
Thanks, Diana. And you can tell me that I should wait on this question if maybe more information is coming later. I was reading through the joint crab minutes, and I hadn't really considered until I listened to that discussion and read through it, the scope of this potentially including evaluating how federal and state management measures interact. Is that something that we can consider in this process, or is that, I guess I'm just wondering your thoughts on that in terms of how that would fit into this process.
Thank you. Through the chair, Dr. Gasper. That did come up at the crab plan team meeting, and you will hear from the crab plan team chairs about that. I think, speaking as a analyst on this, we hadn't really thought about some of those specific crab issues, and that's why you will hear more from them in terms of both how status quo is characterized in this modeling effort. We're looking at status quo as the current ABC control rules, but as you know, for crab, that's really the OFL control rule, and how the ABC is set is completely different from that. So I think that we've got a lot of thinking to do from the team side of how crab fits in, and you will hear from Katie Paloff about the discussions that they have. We haven't had a time since the crab meeting in January to regroup to think about how that might work. They also discussed that maybe snow crab isn't the best example, and maybe Bristol Bay red king crab would be a better one in terms of where it might fit in with the controls that we're currently thinking about. So I would, and I'll pause in case Kirsten or Jim have other thoughts on that, but that we haven't really circled back to figure that out. But it was a really important point that they brought up, that what we're looking at for status quo is not status quo for crab stocks. It's not how it's actually working, and what we need to do is look more at the state harvest, the state harvest control rules as tax setting for crab as a proxy, rather than the ABC control rule that we use for groundfish as a proxy.
So just one question. So for Diana, I thought it may be helpful to take questions as we go along, but if you can help me, if they'll be answered later, we were still thinking that this agenda item might end by noon, and I think it may be a little tight. So if we're asking things prematurely, please just let us know so that we don't slow the process down.
I will, for sure.
Awesome. Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Dr. Stram. You can start with me. Just tell me no. Just briefly, could we mentioned that these stocks were chosen and that they all represent high-level stocks with lots of information, but could you also mention their relationship to our expectations for impacts of climate change, which is really what's driving this, in terms of why these stocks are important and maybe why some other stocks are not part of this list? Is that part of the thinking as well?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, exactly. And that's why sablefish is on there. That's been a continual issue that you guys have been addressing on an annual basis in terms of not fitting with our current harvest control rules, as well as cod, given marine heat waves. And so those were some of the reasons that you as an SSC identified the majority of these coming out of your June harvest control rule workshop. I think you'll hear back from us in June as to possibly even a subset of those that we might bring forward as an example to try to say, like, here, let's take this stock, this example, play this one out. How does that look? And that's what we're looking for in June.
Chris Anderson.
One of the questions I had was answered with Bob, so good question, Bob. On the next slide and you started to talk about indicators. I'm curious here where the economic indicators fall between the performance metrics and the social indicators.
Thank you, through the chair, Dr. Anderson. I'm going to look to Kirsten to remind me, but right now the performance metrics that we have in a spreadsheet that we're looking at do include economic indicators. A lot of them are catch related. We're still looking at developing them, and you will be providing us feedback on the ones that we bring forward to you. What we felt was lacking from what we were considering were the more social indicators. But Kirsten, if you want to chime in, I don't have that spreadsheet in front of me right now.
Yeah, actually, and then if you go back just 3 slides to the outline for the discussion paper, I think that might help. Yeah, right here. So there's indicators that are going to be performance indicators that will help us evaluate the skill. So that might be kind of a combo of 3 and 4 when we're evaluating the performance of the alternative HCRs before they're even considered for implementation. And then there's also performance indicators and metrics that might be brought into monitoring of status quo or alternatives. And that comes in sort of the management options and timing, so 5 and 6. And so I think they may be one and the same, but we discussed that it might be useful to lay out those indices and indicators on the economic side, on the social side, that we might want to include in some of the simulations and evaluations. And maybe they're one and the same as the ones that would be tracked by the council and the SSC and the plan teams and to evaluate the performance of those management implemented management actions, if that makes sense. So that's part of this discussion paper, will be to identify if they're one and the same and make sure we have an exhaustive list.
Great. Thanks. Back to you, Diana.
Okay, moving on to the next section of the paper then, alternative options for scientific advice. So this is looking at a summary of current and potential options for next-gen stock assessment models, environmental forecasts, risk assessment methods, and alternative HCRs. So this is something that will be largely compiled by the AFSC staff in terms of what they are currently looking at in their current stock assessments and moving forward. And so that will be a summary that will be incorporated into the June paper. We had a little bit of discussion of this at the joint plan team, so you may hear during those slides about some of this as well. The next, we tried to separate scientific advice from management decision options and timing. And so this is looking at different policy options in the paper. Again, we talked about this at the groundfish plan team meeting as well. And we also had some of this coming out of our HCR workshop, where we tried to look outside of just our Alaska, primarily groundfish and crab focus. And so some of this is to look at summarizing some options from both within and outside of Alaska in terms of providing a broader range of management decision options. Here, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Iannelli to go through the joint groundfish plan team discussion summary. And again, I'll come back for the last couple sections of the discussion paper outline. And then following that, we have a separate presentation from the crab plan team on their feedback.
Thanks, Diana. Just proceeding, this is the outline of the harvest control rules section of the joint plan team report. As Diana's already mentioned, the extent of the meeting that took place was a very good discussion to get us re-entered into what options are available to the council. And so these sections, and I really appreciate the hard work of Kirsten, because she was the note taker throughout and wrote most of this report in real time, and it turned out really well, I think, and I'm just super grateful for that. I'm not taking credit for the fine organization of the report itself, but these are the main subheadings under the harvest control rules and the discussions that we had, and I'll just step through each of those pretty quickly, try to summarize what each section covered. The next slide. So the governance and work plan scope, it's kind of it's just like what we're seeking is advice on how best to go forward with the process. So obviously, our first step is to stay within the FMP. So that means that we're talking about adjustments to the ABCs under the constraint of an overarching OFL. And yeah, just on the word, yeah, I'll talk about overarching things in a minute to separate what the objectives that we think should be requested of the council versus the latter, which is the performance indicators measuring the trade-offs. But yeah, so there is a big task. There's lots of excellent research that's underway, and interfacing that to the council's advantage is a challenge. But I think this is the interface of where things can meet the fine kind of more academic and very advanced research into how they could be practically applied as harvest control rules. And so we're really collaborating within the AFSC and also nationally on that. And we as a plan team, encourage that those things continue. Next slide. So one of the things was, as Diana mentioned, that what are the priority ones, and we were looking at what's already been presented, the HCR 7 and HCR 10, as ones that were sufficiently flexible enough to fit within the current framework, and they were relatively easy to follow in the sense of how they might be implemented. Obviously, there's details that need to be considered in doing those, but we had some specifics on how they could be tuned up, and there's some flexibility to the harvest control rule number 7, which you've seen in the past, but also looking at other HCRs from other councils, and also the possibility of allowing a break from kind of these discontinuities that we have in some of our control rules. We talked about that quite a bit at the plan team, and also we introduced some discussion on stair stepping as a supplement to ABCs, and it's something that the SSC is quite familiar with. I think they probably invented stair stepping in actual ABCs historically. And similarly, it's also quite common in other settings to have kind of the maximum ABC change between years. It's kind of phase in option. So those were some of the discussions on the HCR designs. We can have the next slide, please. And this is just a note to say that if you have an assessment model that's already implementing environmental indices, just be careful not to have that be also part of the HCR. I think this is kind of several steps ahead of things, but just something that we thought was important to consider. And also, we had a fair amount of discussion on productivity estimates that might be required for having time varying HCRs. And there's a recent paper by Marshall et al. Shown here that was recommended to be considered in going forward. And then I think a couple more slides here on the joint team. So the implementation triggers, this is some of the wording that we struggled with, that basically how do you move from the risk table to using a modified HCR within the FMP. They should be specific to stocks on a case-by-case basis. We just discussed that probably not one size fits all. We also, here's where the objective part that Diana's already mentioned is something that we see as something that should happen early on from the council because, well, we already have overarching objectives, but clearly stating them for further refinements. That was another topic that we were very careful to note that, you know, the current system is very much ecosystem based. It's got several aspects, you know, including area closures, bycatch limits, all of the work that goes into managing our fisheries in Alaska already do quite a bit towards setting overarching objectives, but maybe just further refinements on those would be good. And then the importance of testing any of the HCRs to ensure that the council and the public are aware of why we're modifying them if such modifications are called for. So they need to be tested, basically, is what it comes down to. And they should be tested against a common overarching objective. Next slide, please. And then, as Diana's already concluded and some of your discussions already happened, this is where performance criteria, like I said, counterfactual type things could be done to evaluate some of the HCRs, and specifically looking at all the different criteria. And there's a very lengthy list, which we looked at kind of as a joint plan team and said, wow, that's going to take a lot of work to narrow down. But I think there is work that needs to be done to come up with a good set that is of interest to the council, is doable by analysts, and reflects the trade-offs that the council must use to consider. Also, any testing of these in a MSC type management strategy evaluation type context should look at robustness, you know, hearkening to Kirsten's comment a minute ago, you know, that looking at the skill is a bit separate from looking at the trade-offs. So there's different aspects that should be considered when doing these. And I think that's all I have. If there's any questions. Oh, this is my draft AI generated summary of our workshop on the control rules. Good place to stop. Thanks.
Thanks. Did you want to, you look like you were supposed to say something. Should I go back to you? Okay, then we'll go. Thank you for the help. Let's go to Dana first, and then we'll go to Curry.
Yeah, thanks. So I think this question is for Dr. Stram over here. So it seems like these groups have been going through a process of winnowing down from a set of 10 HCRs, climate-informed HCRs. And I recognize the reason we're looking at these particular ones is because it's an outgrowth of the climate work plan. But I was wondering if, like, we're thinking about opening up FMP amendments, should we be concurrently thinking about adding flexibility of other kinds of HCRs at the same time, like for stock-specific situations? Thinking sablefish.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I think what we're trying to stress in this, and what you'll hear from us in June, is we're focusing on the ones that the SSC and the council were most interested in. We've kind of collapsed HCR 5 into focusing on HCR 10. They're similar, but we at no point wanted to say that there might not be something else that would be more valuable. We also want to try to lay out in this paper in June what things could be done without an FMP amendment. I mean, you can obviously impose an ABC control rule below the current max ABC control rule. That does not require an FMP amendment. So, and also you could, what we started to talk about at the Joint Groundfish Plan team, and that we'll discuss further in this paper, there are modifications within the assessment itself. We're trying to tease out the things that you could do in the stock assessment that doesn't require any FMP amendment. It comes out of the stock assessment versus the imposition of a harvest control rule through our tier system. And so we were not trying to limit it. We were just trying to focus on certain things that seem to have more interest. And I think you'll hear from the crab team that HCR 7 is of interest to them. Should it be modified to to crab stocks, but we were definitely not trying to limit it to only those. And we are trying to figure out the intersection of the MSC that's going on for sablefish, which is at the TAC level, as I understand more, versus the discussion of the ABC control rule for sablefish in conjunction with this. So we are trying to align all of these things, but by no means limiting only to that, but trying to focus, because there's an unlimited number of iterations that you could look at, but we're trying to figure out which ones seem to be of most interest, if that helps.
If I understand HCR 7 correctly, that would allow us to go over max F. So that would require an FMP amendment. Okay.
Thank you. Yes, through the chair. The HCR 7 is the one that, and I think that that's something that we want to do a good job of conveying to the public in June. That is one that would allow you to go both up and down. And right now you can only go down without an FMP amendment. You can't go up.
I did say Curry. Go ahead, Curry.
Yeah, thanks. This is a question for Dr. Iannelli. I'm wondering if you could kind of help me better understand the discussion or the separation that was described between kind of simulation performance and implementation performance. Is this was the purpose to highlight how implementation uncertainty is really important to consider, or are there different metrics? Yeah, just help me understand how different metrics would apply in those two cases, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. We didn't have a lot of discussion about that I'm recalling, or that's in our report, the difference between implementation uncertainty and kind of following the rule as it's outlined. But I do think that's an important aspect that should be part of any analysis going forward. I think I've seen in some of these types of analyses where the scenarios tend to ignore how much effort it might take to achieve a certain level of catch, given kind of allowances for that. And yeah, I mean, dating back to the original programmatic, the earlier work of that ignored, for example, bycatch limits. And so things like that are obviously on the radar. And I think maybe Kirsten could clarify if I misspoke on what we did cover, but I don't think we had much discussion on implementation error, but it is something that needs to be part of the analysis, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, that's super helpful. I guess I was just a bit confused about sort of which performance criteria would be used to evaluate simulation performance versus implementation performance. And
yeah, the language gets a little bit tough, and Kirsten's going to save me here. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Through the chair, maybe Jen. Yeah, I think this is exactly sort of the evolution of the discussion we had as well, which is maybe they are one and the same, but I think Jim's example, so there's sort of two steps. One is if there's an alternative HCR, and just to reiterate Diana's point, these are example types of HCR, good contrast to help build out the discussion paper and the sorts of things we might want to consider when considering an alternative HCR, but we're not only restricted to these. So the goal there would be first step is to evaluate the performance of that alternative HCR in simulation testing or in retrospective testing to try to understand, does it perform the way you expect it to, and does it have any added advantage over status quo, for example? And that performance criteria ideally would include social economic considerations, like Jim was talking about. Effort is a great addition to that. How hard would it be to implement? And I agree, Jim. I don't think we specifically captured it that way in our discussions, but that would be an important thing to consider. And then there's, after an HCR, given that everything is kind of outlined and designed as intended, if an alternative HCR was implemented, then there's also monitoring of that HCR, which on the ABC side is biological you might bring in social economic indicators like fleet observance of difficulty of catch or access issues or things like that, but only in terms of so this is where we would probably follow that risk table guidance to consider things that aren't already captured in the models and in the HCR and might indicate that something in the biology is happening that's not captured by those. And then there's another level where that might inform the sort of TAC or decision making. And we can try to cover, we're going to try to outline those different performance criteria, but it's a little hard to know what to call the different ones, or maybe they are all just one and the same. So that's part of why we identified that.
Thank you very much. That's super helpful as I try to sort of separate them in my own mind, that I'm not the only one who has a bit of trouble. If I can follow up with a question for Dr. Iannelli as well.
Sure.
So one of the things we've talked about, I noted at the bottom of your slide, and as represented in the minutes, it says case-by-case stock application. I'm wondering or your recommendation for how we should strike this balance between limited resources, a subset of case study species that are of high data quality, but also wanting to consider, case by case, stock by stock, species by species application. As highlighted in the minutes, there was sort of the intermediate, which is we look at stock groupings or species with similar life history. But yeah, how do you recommend we balance that? Or I suppose, how does the groundfish plan team propose that we balance that?
Well, I'll take a shot at it, but there were two threads of discussion. I think the first was on the stock specific part, was that, the temperature's up, it might be good for one stock and bad for another, or something like, I think that was kind of one of the interpretations. We did have a fair amount of discussion at the plan team about which are the problem stocks, which ones are we most uncomfortable or feeling the need that refinements could be most appropriate. And we talked about Bering Sea pollock. When you drop below BMSY, the fishing mortality rate ramps down really quickly. And as we saw in the period from 2008 through 2010, we had some very heavy ABC level TAC reductions, and those happened very quick. And so I think it was kind of the first real rubber hitting the road case where our FMP adjusted things down really fast and really perhaps in an untested way more than was necessary. Having lived through that, it was not much fun, but it was something that still holds up in the assessment. In fact, that it's not like, that dip in poor recruits in the early 2000s was still showing up in the data. And in fact, our response was probably pretty good. Maybe could be argued that it was more dramatic than it needed to be, but that's for another time. That was one discussion level, was the life on the ramp, and we're on the ramp now with the Gulf peacock, and that's one of the reasons why the quota changed, because we moved up the ramp a little bit, and so that was one of the reasons the way the control rule currently works. So that was one line of discussion. The other case scenario, we talked about Greenland turbot. We talked about cases where, for a rockfish species, where not super heavily targeted or directed fishery, but a strong year class comes in, and all of a sudden that changes in our tier 3 evaluation. It changes what the reference point is. So the B 40%, B 35% also increased by a lot. And so just adding that one recruitment, and that I think was a case where, is that really what we intended, how we intended that tier 3 measure to come into effect? Anyway, those are kind of long-winded descriptions of our discussion, as I recall.
I appreciate that. And final question, was there any discussion of sort of stability constraints, kind of going back to your prior example of fast reactionary movement driven by the harvest control rule?
Yeah, I think that was the stair step kind of discussion that got worked in, the maximum change from one year to the next, and to do more analysis to evaluate the trade-offs of having something like that built in.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Chris Anderson.
I've got a sort of couple questions about the process that maybe the GPT or the entire working group has gone through to prioritize which HCRs are focusing on and how to implement them. I guess I want to start by making sure I understand the vision for this model. I guess I'm conceptualizing this as being sort of a very large climate integrated, like MSE exercise. And we're going to pick some sort of climate perturbation and poke the model and then watch it run forward into the future. And I'm curious, what is the list of ways in which the model is going to be poked?
I'm gonna look to Kirsten to talk about that. That is something that when we organized this groundfish planting meeting for January, it was specifically to look at triggers that would cause you to look at a different harvest control rule. We also then talked about things that would be embedded in the modeling that are not necessarily the trigger that moves you to a different harvest control rule. But Kira, I'll let you speak to that.
Sure, through the chair. So there's things we can leverage, which is ongoing work through the climbs, and the climbs have they're now kind of towards the end of getting towards the end of their funded period, so they have very specific deliverables, but some of them can inform this process. And so for the climb set, there are alternative future climate scenarios that are kind of standardized within each of those research projects. And all of the modelers involved are running simulations of and there's different hypotheses for climate coupling. So without getting into it in too much detail, how the biology is linked to the climate drives a lot of the responses in those simulations. And then we're applying a set of HCRs, which gave us the foundation for the discussion of those 10 all options for the SSC. But as part of this discussion paper, I think it's really important to also identify things that aren't in that initial modeling set that we might want to evaluate. And then we can strategize the resources and capacity to look at that. And you can imagine there's an unlimited number of options going forward. So part of the discussion paper would be helpful to have the priority things that we want to include, maybe high and low future conditions, not all possible intermediates, for example. Maybe the hypotheses around redistribution or other challenges that we want to see if the harvest control rules can help address. And then, as Diana just said, there's also implementation decisions. So not just the HCR, but when you apply it, the trigger you use, and the different strength of the parameters that change the shape of those HCRs. Those are all, I think, more specific to this process. We can draw on some of the findings, both within the climbs, but also really excellent research that was done on sablefish MSCs, other MSC work that's ongoing. We can draw from that and design a specific set that helps with the decision for the SSC and the plan teams and the council in this particular case. And I hope that helps. We're happy to share some of the papers about the methodology for the climbs. I'm sure other researchers could probably provide some links to some of the simulations that have been done. So part of this will be reviewing that and understanding what's been done to date and what needs to be done going forward.
So are the variations in the model, so to evaluate the HCRs, are the perturbations, the different future worlds under which the HCRs are going to be evaluated, are those perturbations going to be perturbations to climate, or are they going to be perturbations to stock levels or stock parameters? How linked are these models in the MSEs here?
Yeah, thanks through the chair. So from the climb side, we have intentionally brought in different hypotheses about climate coupling and species interactions. And those, so we have a suite of models that range from a single species model where growth is linked to temperature, for example, or recruitment is linked to cold pool, that kind of thing, all the way up to full ecosystem models where species are interacting and being driven by things like primary productivity from oceanographic models. So within the modeling framework there, we actually have a lot of ability to identify the uncertainty in these projections that's associated with high, low, or medium warming, changes to primary productivity that might cascade through an ecosystem model versus a single species model that links to climate or not. And so that we're trying to build that, is kind of synthesize that across those models and look at where the models agree or do not agree. And that can, then through those, we're standardizing the HCRs so that we can see how the HCRs change those projections, if that makes sense.
I think so. So if I understand, you are imagining applying the HCRs in worlds where, for instance, there's shocks to the extent of cold pool, and then trying to see how whether or not the HCRs, the different HCRs, confer resilience to that type of shock.
Yeah, through the chair, exactly. And HCR is one of the management levers. Another might be if you had a well-informed forecast of conditions, for example, and you brought that into your model. So we're trying to look at a couple of very sort of plan team world decisions that could be made or tools that could be made and see the sensitivity of those projections and the kind of perhaps the capacity for those alternative HCRs or alternative model formulations to capture and navigate those shocks.
Okay. And what is the, so each of these shocks can affect our fish stocks through a variety of different mechanisms, right? So one thing that might happen is we wipe out a current year class. Another thing that might happen is affect reproductive rates. Another thing that might happen is affect the carrying capacity of the ecosystem. How have these different mechanisms been considered in the prioritization of the harvest control rules or candidate control rules?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I think there's both the shape of the HCR, which just to use an example, HCR 10 is the one that is designed to sort of inspired by the realized effect of the cap on pollock, the shape of that harvest rate. And it's designed to preserve age class diversity. And then the hypothesis is, does preserving age class diversity stabilize the population? Would it stabilize catch and the fishery differently than one that didn't? And so that's the sort of framing for those HCRs. Other harvest control rules or other objectives might include things like total ecosystem biodiversity, or there's a number of ecological and socioeconomic indicators that and objectives that have been outlined by previous ecosystem plans by the council that could also come into it. And you might have a different, like a multi-species HCR or some of those things. Right now, we are kind of focused on this initial set of evaluations as phase 1 and 2 that are really applying those set of HCRs across the models. but in the future, alternative ones could be derived.
Great, thank you. Let's go to Franz.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate the discussion of the double counting in the documents, and I was just wondering if you had talked about how to make that decision, I guess, if there's a say a temperature influence on productivity of the stock, whether that's on recruitment, growth, mortality, or something else. And you're looking at, okay, do we incorporate that to the extent possible in the stock assessment, or do we mess with the harvest control rule? Do you have sort of ideas on how to make those decisions? Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Through the chair. So one of the things this came up at the groundfish planting meeting, and one of the things that we wanted to lay out very explicitly in the June paper is which direction you go, which things you should be incorporated into a stock assessment and therefore not double counted in a harvest control rule. And I think those are in some way sort of a policy option for you. There are things that could be incorporated into stock assessments that do not require FMP amendments that could address what issue you're trying to. So once the council has articulated what the goals and objectives are, there are multiple ways that you could address them, one of which is harvest control rules. The other may be embedded in stock assessment. What we talked about at the groundfish meeting was not doing both, but that making sure that those choices are outlined. And there was and I'll look to Kirsten and Jim to chime in. There was sort of a difference of opinion in the room when we were talking about this as to where that should best be addressed. And should it be in the stock assessment, or should it be through a harvest control rule?
Maybe if I may follow up on that. So, what then is a vision to sort of make that determination based on, a set of criteria or discussions, and then move forward with one or the other, or is a vision to maybe analyze those options and then select?
Through the chair, again, I'll look to Jim and Kirsten to chime in. My thought process for me is the latter, is to lay those out as options of ways that this could be addressed. You're articulating the problem that you're trying to solve, or the movement that you want forward to address certain environmental conditions, and then laying out options for how you might address that. From a transparency standpoint, addressing it through a harvest control rule is more transparent as to what rule you're applying. It may be less transparent to do it through a stock assessment, but that might be more dynamic. But I'll pause and see if Jim or Kirsten want to chime in.
Yeah, I could just, thanks, Diana. I think you said it perfectly. Just imagine that you had an assessment that next year's ABC recommendation accounted for some difference in the reference point, and that was due to environmental constraint. And I think the point was not to double count. And then on top of that, add another HCR constraint that had a similar type effect on the quota. So it's just, yeah, I think if you think in projection type mode, that's where it would probably matter. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I think that we have, is this a follow-up, Jason, on the same topic or different? Okay, let's go to Jason.
So thinking about HCR1, like status quo, and how we sort of think about and define that in the context of a moving environment. I'm wondering, and the plan team had some discussion about this in terms of how to sort of define what status quo is, thinking about also the management process with the risk tables underlying it, and what information goes into that for defining, the relationship between the response on what might be our status quo control rule versus sort of what the actual management response might have been in terms of, you know, if we had adjusted the buffers or, you know, that sort of incremental process. So I guess I'm hogging myself into my question a little bit here in that how do we have a defined set of requirements for status quo at this point? Like, would that be in the June plan? Like, what does that mean when we talk about status quo?
I can, through the chair, I can take a shot at this and then look to Jim and Kirsten. I think this is also related to the previous question about crab. If we're looking at just ground fish, keeping the crab issue aside as to how you define status quo for ground fish is the application of our current control rule to the ABC. The difference, most of the stocks that we're talking about, with the exception of Bering Sea pollock, the catch is fairly equal to the ABC. Pollock is obviously different, and that's the whole origin of the HCR 10, is contrasting what happens when you impose a cap so that you're always setting TAC well below ABC for that stock. So I don't know that we've talked about status quo as it relates to pollock in terms of what that means. I guess I'm going to pause and see if Jim or Kirsten want to weigh in on that in terms of formulating what constitutes status quo for those ground stocks.
Yeah, and it was a big discussion point at crab and less so for ground fish. But I would just say that to Jason's question, I think it's a good one, is our status quo currently has some squishiness. I think that's a George Hunt word. Relative to reductions below maximum permissible. And I think one way to look at this exercise is to make it a little more formally analyzed. You know, if we're going to make adjustments to the HCR under the FMP, our status quo currently is that, well, if there's exceptional circumstances, then the risk table weighs in, and then the SSC provides excellent judgment on how much to adjust things, and that's the part where it's difficult, obviously, and we all would like to have better scientific responses to the quantity and the extent that we respond, and that's what I see this exercise as. Thanks.
Okay, next we'll go to Curry. Actually, I see, do you have a hand down now, Curry?
I guess, yeah, well, I put it down, but if we have a moment, I guess my question is for Dr. Holzman, and it's something I've been sort of struggling with, is thinking about potential impacts for which we have limited information to model direct climate linkages that might be really impactful. And so when I think about the climate coupling, as we talked about before, you know, the things that we often think about are natural mortality and recruitment and growth. But, you know, from a general perspective, if we have changes in growth and under a warming climate, we might have a faster pace of life and maturity schedules might change. I would argue that we don't know a lot about how maturity schedules are likely changing in response to the climate, but it might be something interesting to explore. And so I kind of wonder to what extent, if we're tying kind of future responses directly to climate scenarios, are we still able to explore some of these other potentially impactful changes in stock dynamics that could be responding to the environment, but perhaps are hard to disentangle? Would we still be able to do that?
Through the chair, I think it's an excellent question. I don't think we can do it overnight. So we're sort of taking chunking the research questions approach. And the first chunk of that is understanding exactly those hypotheses, almost like a sensitivity analysis. How sensitive is the ABC to alternative recruitment schedules? So, you know, anybody who's done that for a longer lived species knows that the ABC maybe isn't quite as responsive to changes in recruitment in the short term, but growth has a huge impact on the ABC, right? So you start to identify those sensitive components in the models, and then go back and look at potential hypotheses for relationships. And that's where having these multi-model approaches is just incredibly valuable. And by model, also not just quantitative, but also conceptually. So bringing in expert knowledge and understanding of how species respond and how the ecosystem responds. I think those are all really important to keep in the mix so that you can derive the next set of questions, which is, if this hypothesized connection is true, and here's how much variability is in that, how sensitive are the longer term performance metrics? And that's, so doing that in a sort of an organized and collaborative way allows us to turn around and provide guidance exactly on something like this. And so I think we've got the infrastructure. There's a lot of good partnerships and collaborations that are there. And I think the timing is right for asking about some of those kind of phase 2 or next step questions around climate shocks, redistribution. Genetics is a huge component as well. So bringing in some of those questions in this next phase is really, I think, going to be very helpful.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Dinah.
Okay, thanks. I only have a couple more slides just to go through the last 2 sections of the paper and proposed timeline, and then if you have other feedback or questions. So the next thing that we are going to summarize is when we talked about this at the groundfish planting meeting, talking about options for ongoing communication and engagement. And this kind of directly relates to what action is initiated in June. Obviously, we know what the normal council process is for ongoing communication of bringing an analysis, bringing a discussion paper, bringing an analysis, going through the council process. What we were trying to highlight here is depending on which direction we're going, if we're looking at harvest controls for certain species, for certain groups of species, if we're looking at different aspects in the assessment itself that are separate from a harvest control rule, what should be our plan for ongoing review and communication? Normal council analyses do not go through the plan team. For groundfish, at least. For crab, when we were doing the crab tier system, it was pretty integral involved with the crab plan team. That's not the normal status quo for our groundfish plan teams. We were trying to highlight, as a plan team at least, what should this be? Is this something that we should be ongoing communicating any modifications, any updates, any changes within our plan team process to the SSC, to the council? Particularly, I guess, and then I'll pause and let Jim and Kirsten weigh in, particularly if you are not talking about a modification to the harvest control rule, but you're talking about modifying parameters within the stock assessment, how that would normally come up on a full assessment discussion. But how much of this do we want to have as ongoing communication that continues to build? We have a very good stakeholder process, and we have a lot of confidence from our stakeholders in our stock assessment process. How do we continue to build upon that as we move forward with making modifications that could possibly seem non-transparent? Jim or Kirsten, do you want to weigh in more in terms of what we were trying to capture by this? This is something that we're planning to provide an overview and some draft guidance on what we should do moving forward for June. So you don't necessarily need to comment now, but this is sort of what we're trying to build out for June in terms of an ongoing engagement process.
Yeah, just quickly, I think the discussion there was mostly about, if we're going to modify something, we have to back it up with actual reasons why this has been shown to be a good action. But if that's what you were getting at, Diana, from my side, but yeah, that's one aspect.
Through the chair, I might also just second that, and then I think some of the discussion was also around performance criteria and performance metrics that want to make sure that we're capturing what's really important to on the social econ side as well. So what's important to the communities and the objectives that the council has around fisheries performance and communities as well.
Yeah, I have a question with that one, and trying to think. I think I'm having trouble getting sort of the big picture of this, because it seems like one of the choices is whether or not you go through stock assessments or through a harvest control row process. If it's a harvest control row process, if it's a stock assessment thing, that's going to go through authors plan team SSC. If it's a harvest control rule thing, it's going to involve scientific recommendations, but the council has to implement it. And then after it's implemented, then we're talking about changes to stock assessments. And so I know I'm having trouble sort of thinking about timing and process and what goes first and making recommendations for interaction now to something that seems later. But the other question that I have, and Diana, you'll have a sense for this, is a lot of times it's often not a decision of the SSC what the process goes through. A lot of times the council or council staff, or in consultation with SSC chairs, will figure out whether the council action will go through what bodies. So I'm trying to figure out how much of it is that, and how do we focus this for what we're looking for from a scientific recommendation part.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, I think that's also something that we have struggled with, particularly this is obviously, and we'll get to timeline in a little bit, this is obviously a longer process. And so I think what we're trying to also highlight is how do we keep bringing people along in the process, because this is a little bit harder to understand what parts of this could be addressed in a stock assessment, what parts of this might you want to consider in formulating a different harvest control rule, and trying to continually engage so that we bring people along. That's where we started with infographics and different things like that. And I think in June we'll be coming back to try to say, these are the different pathways you may wish to pursue. Here are the possible pros and cons of this control rule as opposed to this control rule, in identifying what your objectives are. But depending upon what action is initiated by the council in June, this will be a longer term process to bring forward. And we want to make sure that we're continuing to communicate how some things are addressed in a stock assessment and not double counted in a harvest control rule. And is our plan team process sufficient for bringing those things out, or do we want to have an additional engagement to make sure that we are bringing everyone along as we go down this path, if that helps?
Yeah, that does. One follow-up question, and my guess is it's going to be some merge of these two, but when you bring the discussion paper to the council, one of the questions that I have is, since it's the council that we've got options that would be sort of implemented through an FMP process and ones that aren't. And the council obviously is the one to recommend FMP changes. Do you see, I'm trying to figure out sort of the cart or the horse. Is the council going to weigh in June on whether or not they want to make FMP changes, and then it's up to us to figure out how to do this through a stock assessment? Or are we going to recommend that some things should happen through a stock assessment, some through a harvest control rule, or both, give that advice to the council, at which point they will respond to us? I'm just trying to think through rules, if you have any roles, not rules, if you have any sense.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yeah, that's something that we're struggling with as well. I think what we ideally are hoping to get from the council in June is, what are your overarching objectives that you are trying to meet by making modifications? And from that, we can start to tailor what are the alternative management options that would meet those objectives. That may be through a stock assessment, that may be through a harvest control rule, and that may or may not require FMP adjustments. If for instance, this is, I'm sorry, off the top of my head, but for instance, one of the adjustments that the council is interested in addressing is if you feel that a stock is at a certain level where you could be less conservative, you cannot do that right now without an FMP amendment. And that is exactly what HCR 7 would address, is that looking at your risk table, you can go up and down. Right now, you can only go down. So if one of the objectives to meet is to allow you the flexibility to be more or less conservative depending on stock status, that leads you to the alternative of modifying a harvest control rule. If the council's overarching objective is to make sure that the stock is adequately protected against marine heat waves or climate shocks, and you want to err on the very conservative side, it's possible that the solutions that you're seeking may not require an FMP amendment because you're just becoming more conservative, not less. If that helps. But I think that's what we're trying to get ourselves to in June, is articulating what the objectives are, and then we can tailor alternatives to meet them.
Yes, and you said that before, and that makes total sense, that the question is actually different. Thank you. Bob.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Dr. Stram. I'm following up on that. Would it also be fair to say that, and while we're mixing process and science, if you will, right now, that it'll be our role to also communicate to the council what is realistic in the way of the data that's available, the quality of those data that are available in achieving some of these goals, because they are fairly complicated, but we're trying to tackle a complicated question. Is that a fair thought, that we're still in that space of trying to figure out whether or not there's enough information and the right information in order to go down some of these paths?
Through the chair, Dr. Foy, exactly. And I think it would also be your role to communicate where you would like to retain the flexibility to move forward as data improves, rather than restricting yourself to a certain set. And so that, I think, would be along the lines of whether we're talking about a harvest control rule versus a modified assessment that is more flexible. And I think that's exactly the role of the SSC in communicating that to the council.
Okay, looks like we've got a breaking questions. Go ahead.
Okay, I think I only have 2 more slides. So then the last part of the paper then is talking about timeline and milestones. This is very much a work in progress, as you can probably glean from our conversation so far. We're working on trying to line out the timeline and the milestones for moving forward in this. And I'm going to move forward to our draft. Kirsten and I were trying to work on what does the future look like? What we're trying to do, and this is where it gets a little bit confused between what's the purpose of the discussion paper in June versus what's the council's climate work plan. How are we dovetailing with the CEFI efforts and the research and development of the Science Center and the climb work? And so this is something that we intend to bring forward. We are bringing forward this comprehensive discussion paper in June in anticipation of the council launching some form of action, which may be harvest control rules. It may be both harvest control rules as well as continue to do this under status quo, under your assessments. We can't predict that right now, what exactly will come forward in June, hopefully some objectives for which we can tailor alternatives. That is the top line here. And from that action in June, we will then move forward with whichever pathway the council is interested in us moving forward with. In the interim, then, we also have the different climb situations that are ongoing and the different CEFI products. And so part of the council's ongoing work plan is for us to try to make the connections between where's the council wish to go overall in its climate work plan, both this initiative as well as others that they may add to it. How do CEFI products that are coming online meet up with the goals and objectives that the council is trying to achieve? So that's a lot of what we will be bringing forward in conjunction with this climate work plan effort, where we are trying to mirror what the council is interested in moving forward with how are things working, products that are coming online through CEFI, as well as the climb simulations, and how does that help inform actions the council may wish to take now or moving forward in the future. In conjunction with that, also, we already know that the council is interested in looking at harvest control rolls. And so that's the main focus of the paper that we're bringing to you in June, to say, how would you like to proceed from this? It may be that it is a council action and then we move into the typical council analysis of that action. But in the background of it is still this overarching work plan and how CEFI products and research and development at the Science Center and through the climb work is feeding into that and informing it. And Madam Chair, I think that's my last slide. I would say that this slide is very much a work in progress, because we're trying to also predict where we go coming out of June and where we go forward.
Thanks for that. Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Diana, is there, I presume there'll be a role in the longer term for the Ecosystem Committee and their engagement here. Is there, in the newly reformed, is there going to be an effort between now and June? And what does that look like in terms of how we should pay attention to the Ecosystem Committee?
Thank you, through the chair, Dr. Foy. I wish I'd talked to you before I made the slide. I completely failed to mention that the timing of this paper is such that we will have it ready in early May, and it is, I believe, the main item on the Ecosystem Committee's agenda, May 8th, I believe. I should have absolutely, my apologies, that should have been on this slide as a milestone. And so we are looking to the Ecosystem Committee to help us move forward with helping the council define what the objectives are of this action. So that is very much what the focus of that meeting is, and you will hear the report from that in conjunction with this agenda item in June. Thank you for that. Sorry.
Curry.
Yeah, just a kind of follow-up question, given that I get the sense we're coming, I think we're at the end of the presentation, but and I don't know who this is directed at. It could be plan team co-chairs, it could be Dr. Stram or others. One of the things that I didn't really see mentioned was the potential to explore the implications of these changes to harvest control rules in the context of sort of changing data quality. And I think one of the things that we're all wrestling with is an era of reduced funding for survey effort, for whether those be resource surveys or ecosystem surveys, and potentially reduced information quality to inform our stock assessments and maybe the covariates that go in to adjust a harvest control rule under number 7. I guess my question is, to what extent have you talked about, or maybe will you talk about in the June discussion paper, how data quality changes are going to be approached or simulated?
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham, through the chair. I know that you as an SSC discussed this in conjunction with stock assessment planning discussions that we had earlier this week on Monday. And I don't know to what extent that is going to be covered in the Science Center's white paper that would come back in June. I think that right now that would be separate from what we are intending to bring back to you in this discussion paper, but clearly they're related, and that it may be that pending the objectives that you're trying to achieve by modifying harvest control rules, one of them may be to address resources and lack of data, and there may be things such as HCR 7 that better address that as it fluctuates based on risk tables. So they are aligned in that sense. I suspect that we would not be delving a lot into data quality, availability, and resources in this paper, but it may be aligned in the discussion that I believe that you're going to have in June with the white paper coming back from the Science Center on available resources.
So I see, sorry, I've got a hand all over the place. Let's see, just a second. So I see both Jim and Kirsten. Why don't you go ahead, and then we've got a couple of hands here for the SSC as well.
Yeah, sorry, just to quickly respond to Dr. Cunningham's question and loop back a little bit to Chris Anderson's comment and the comment from a minute ago about productivity, like how do you poke it? What are you going to test? How are you going to convince the person on the street that the modification is tested and valid? And I think we failed, or I failed to mention the importance of continued survey data, measuring and counting fish and seeing crabs on the grounds is what the integration of the environment is doing. And so I think that's still a top priority, and obviously will be important for testing any management procedure with future data. The expectation has to be very clearly stated what the anticipation is for the future. Thanks.
Kirsten.
Yeah, through the chair, just to reiterate that point, we did sort of, and we probably need to be specific in the assumption that ongoing data collections are assumed to be the kind of baseline here. Not we could look at things like reductions, but one thing that's super evident is that as the system and different species move across these novel environmental conditions, having observations and monitoring and data about the response of the species to that is critical for being able to do the projections for it. So without it, we would not be able to ground truth any of the simulations. So it is really important, and it was sort of assumed or stated at the beginning of the discussions, but we didn't perhaps capture it well enough in the notes, that the assumption here is that we have continued ecosystem and survey data coming into the system as we have previously.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thanks. I think the two, let's go to Bob.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Agree with the previous two responses to Curry's question about information, and I would just add that as the center moves forward with this initial white paper and initial exercise in defining what our data priorities are, we're really looking towards this HCR process to put either guardrails on that or define what our thresholds are, what the possibility is moving forward as we rethink how we manage or how we provide information to management with the changes that we know are happening in the environment. So, without this discussion, the answer and what we bring forward is a much more refined set of data for this process. So I think it's important for the SSC to communicate, or this whole process to communicate, how much support we have for thinking outside the box on the HCRs. Is this going to move our ability to manage these stocks in a changing environment? Because that then communicates back to the agency, at least for us, how important these different data sets are and how we prioritize moving forward. So I think Diana was correct that these things are going to move together, but hearing the HCR discussion in June will be absolutely critical for where that goes.
Great. And just so members know, I think so Bob's comments were I'm guessing from an AFSC director hat. Yep. Which is sort of like a presenter hat. We're still in questions. We'll go to Franz.
I guess if we're in questions, I might hold. I mean, I can turn this into a question, and I was tempted to do that to get feedback. We're kind of in discussion mode because we have Jim and Kirsten and Diana here to provide feedback on ideas as it develops. But I mean, I can. They're going to be around. I can hold it.
So no, I think we've actually been, proposing things and asking questions about them. So I think that we've been clearly in a question mode, and I think that has allowed us to explore things that we may talk about later with the staff here. So if you can keep it in question mode, but yeah, definitely get the feedback that we need to have the discussion when we kind of need to do it on our own, that would be great.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just keep it to a question then here, and we can see if we want to make a recommendation. But and I was just, I wasn't part of the discussions and didn't pay too much attention to this lately, but I was wondering about the trigger discussion and kind of links to the risk table. And in particular, I was wondering if you thought about sort of an explicit link between, levels and triggers for different different actions. And, it's kind of maybe a half-baked idea, but I mean, and maybe that was discussed, but you could say everything's level 1, we'll stick with HCR1. We have sort of increased concerns over ecosystem or population dynamics that might trigger an adjustment to the FABC to have kind of an additional buffer, or we have kind of maybe a level 3 concern where there might be sort of a sustained change in productivity or persistent recruitment declines or whatever the case may be, and that may activate a change to B, the B reference points. I was just wondering if your discussion kind of got that explicit or if it was more not that directly linked.
I'll let Diana answer, but I'll take a shot just to lead off. I do think that was kind of the implication was it would come from the risk table, at least on some level, as a potential when this happens, react this way. But I think there's also the option of and this is what I wanted to comment on before, the discussion about HCR7. If the SSC decides that the reference point should change, then based on productivity estimates, then they could increase it. In fact, every time we do an assessment, the reference points change a little bit, right? They don't stay the same. So technically that would still be within the FMP. It would just be a different productivity measure that you're adjusting to. As just for example, that's just on the comment of that you have to have an FMP amendment to be above the maximum permissible. Well, you could maximum permissible changes with productivity, and that's kind of what's behind HCR7. I just wanted to reiterate that. Sorry, Diana, this is your response for this question.
Through the chair, thanks, Jim. I might argue that you can't do that without modifying the FMP if you're talking about HCR7, because you're talking about a different shape to the maximum permissible but it's more narrow, less of a buffer at the top end. But I think part of what we tried to talk about at the joint plan team was to get to the specifics of what you're talking about, Dr. Muter. We didn't get quite that far. What we did sort of, and I hope I'm not mischaracterizing the general nature of our conversation, I think the general nature of the conversation was that we're looking at exceptional situations. We're not looking at, we think that for the most part and in general, status quo harvest control rules are fine for max ABC for ground fish, but there are situations where we may wish to move to something else. And I think delineating what those situations are and when you would move and to which harvest control rule you would move is exactly what we're trying to get to moving forward. What would cause you to change? What would you change to? And that's different. I think isolating possibly our discussion in June, isolating which harvest control rules you're most specifically looking at and when are the things moving forward. When would you move? Why? And if obviously HCR7 is formulated to more directly tie to risk tables. So if you want to tie it to risk tables, and I'm sure you can think about this for crab as well, where you're setting an ABC control rule based on qualitative information that you're receiving on crab stocks already. If you are interested in moving to something like HCR7, when would you move to it? Would you move to it all together, or would you only move to it under certain circumstances and then lining out what those are? We didn't quite get there. That was where we started in September at the groundfish plan team. We had intended to have this meeting to talk about exactly what the triggers would be. We sort of talked around a lot of other things as well. which is why we're coming back to talk about what should be in an assessment versus what should be in a control role. But I think we're trying to move towards delineating what those triggers should be and when they should be enacted. But I think in general, speaking for the plan teams, we were looking at exceptional circumstances and not an entire new tier system.
Thanks. Francis' question, actually, it highlighted something for me. So the last times that we've been talking about this climate work plan, we've been talking about the harvest control rules. We've done this in a workshop setting, actually. And so it was a discussion with everybody. And that was the process. And it included discussion from the public. And so this time, what I did not announce was that this time it is set up as an agenda item. And because of that, the way that we engage with the public and give the public a chance to comment is through a public testimony period. That's why we have to have the presentations and questions, then public testimony before we do our discussion. I never announced that. So it is different than what we've done in the past. But we also, it's still a development thing. And so totally support getting as much of your knowledge as we can before we head off into the discussion. The other piece is that I know Corey had mentioned that the presentation was ended, but we do have another presentation from the CRAB plan team, right? Okay, so my thought was, if we go to the presentation from the CRAB plan team now, I see that it's pretty short, but we may have substantial questions after, who knows? I say that we try to let's take that presentation and sort of whatever questions until we come to a breaking point right around noon so that we can keep our lunch at about the same spot and then come back. And if we still have questions, we can finish that up in public testimony and discussion. So if that's the case, Katie, I'm guessing, is
Yes.
next.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. It's a little quiet, but I'm guessing that we may be able to adjust that here.
I'll try to be louder. My kids gave me a cold, so my voice is a little quiet.
Okay. There we go. We can hear you just fine.
We're pulling up your presentation now, Katie. I'm happy to advance slides for you if that helps.
That would be great. There's only 4, so it should be quick.
And
well, I shouldn't say that.
I see Mike is also there. Do you want to test your mic, Mike?
Yeah, Mike here. How do I sound?
You sound great.
All right, thanks.
All right, we'll hand it over to you guys.
All right, thank you, chairs and members of the SSC. This is Katie Paloff, co-chair of the CRAB plan team, along with Mike Litzow, their co-chair. I'm with ADF&G and Juneau. We just wanted to give our feedback. We reviewed the harvest control rule. Diana, you can move on to the next slide. We convened a short January meeting to talk about the harvest control rule feedback. We also had one other agenda topic that you guys will see in our May meeting and in your June meeting. And that was really due to the fact that we couldn't review this well in our November meeting due to the fact that we only had half of our folks there. And so our slides are pretty brief, although I will say as I move to the next one, go ahead, Diana, they do encompass a lot of feedback, some of which you already discussed in looking at the groundfish feedback. And but I wanted to highlight a couple things that are a little different for slide, and I know for CRAB, and I know there's a lot of words on this slide. But one of the things that we really focused on in CRAB was our definition of what a status quo is. So we looked at the recommended, harvest control rules that came out of like the 4 top ones that you've already seen. We spent some time, and many thanks to Diana and Kirsten on this, and Jim, talking about Harvest Control Rule 7 and how we might be able to integrate that with our current risk table usage, or potentially for CRAB, our current buffer, ABC buffer usage. But one of the things that really came out in CRAB is that we don't currently have a harvest control rule for our ABCs, and that we currently have this buffer process, and then a state-driven, state of Alaska, because of the co-management system, TAC process. And so we really focused a lot of our discussions on having a more realistic status quo be incorporated into this work plan and analysis moving forward for CRAB, because it would be hard for us to currently compare the utility of any of these harvest control rules without an adequate status quo, an adequate and realistic status quo harvest control rule. And so some of the other topics that we discussed here, defined here, were kind of looking at, you know, kind of some of the differences that you guys were already talking as far as whether we would want to utilize climate and harvest control rules, or would it be in climate informed models, and how would you incorporate that into climate naive models? Kind of what aspect do you incorporate some of this climate change and uncertainty into? We also spent some time, which you guys have already talked about, on the importance of clearly defining some objectives and performance criteria. And a lot of our discussion really focused on this may be different for crab than for some of our groundfish talks. And really kind of focusing on the value of, let's say, if there is a predicted climate perturbation like warming that we saw, or things that would make us think that we might see another snow crab collapse, the value of, is there a value of banking crab for reproductivity and kind of to ensure genetic and realistic like survival for evolutionary perspective? Is there a value to that, or is there a value for harvesting more of these crab before they potentially succumb to, let's say, starvation or predation or things like that? So there's a lot of discussions related to that, and that really goes back to how are we defining these performance objectives as we move forward? And then, as I already said, a more realistic status quo harvest control rule, and how would that interact with the way that we currently have state harvest control rules that are part of the tax setting process? They're generally more risk averse, but they're generally not necessarily climate informed. But the state does take into account ecosystem and climate information in our tax setting process. And so that really gets us back to something that I think we already touched our toes in a little bit with groundfish, which was making sure that we're not double dipping where this information is incorporated into the process. So if we're incorporating it in, you know, a climate indice that's part of our you know, single species model, then does it need to be, you know, in harvest control rules too? That would be double, you know, if it's already in a harvest control rule on the federal level, making sure that's not doubly accounted for on the tax setting process. So sorry about that, my voice. We just want to make sure that that's clear, and potentially having some collaboration as we move along with this process with the folks that are doing a lot of these different simulations and scenarios, and some of the things that we're looking for at a state tax setting perspective. This also came into play in our discussion because for a couple of our stocks, we are talking about potentially doing MSE evaluations to look at different harvest control rules, whether on the state level in the tax setting process or on the federal level. And we want to make sure that that's occurring within and alongside this work plan, and not, you know, not having products that wouldn't mesh well together in the long run, which is why having kind of more realistic status control, harvest control rules is important for us moving forward. And then one of the other big things that came out of our discussion was, especially for crab, some limitations on incorporating climate singles into either harvest control rules or into our models, with some of the existing knowledge gaps. And some of these points were kind of the lack of a stock recruit relationship for crab, and then some of the uncertainty around biological and environmental reference points. You guys are familiar with a lot of our discussions, specifically with snow crab on maturity, on, you know, whether our reference points are valid, whether our maturity definition is valid. So there was some concern as to how useful this analysis would be, kind of in that bubble of not having a full understanding of some of these things for our crab stocks. And then just in general, maybe kind of our simpler harvest control rules, potentially more static harvest control rules, are more appropriate for crab moving forward versus some of these more complex ones. So I have one more slide here. Diana, if you can move along. Sorry about my voice, guys. Our clear recommendations from our minutes were that we would like CPT members, or we specifically left it at CPT members, not just assessment authors, to work with a climate analysis to adapt the harvest control rules to be more crab specific. And really that leads into this more realistic status quo harvest control rule, or harvest control rule 1 for crab stocks, to kind of see what we could do to mimic our current buffer and tax setting process. And alongside that, we really did recommend moving forward with one kind of CDs, and that's most likely snow since that's already part of the process, and one king crab stock, which would be Bristol Bay. Red king crab is our recommendation. Really due to the differences in life history and also in kind of stability in our modeling for those two kind of different crab species groups. And then we just wanted to make sure that while we feel like we're a little bit behind where groundfish is with this particular work plan and kind of train of analysis, we do want to make sure that we're trying to include crab as much as possible alongside groundfish in this process. We don't want them to get lost and kind of just be an afterthought. We want it to be part of the process moving forward, which I know is the intention, of all the analysts so far that we've met and talked with. And then just another recommendation really summarizes what I've already kind of reiterated in the previous slide, which is just continued coordination with the state efforts and what's going on with either MSCs or state harvest control rule kind of analyses to make sure that we're not double dipping or doing two different things at two different levels that we don't need to do, or that we can collaborate with more. So I think that's all I had for our feedback. I'm gonna throw it to Mike for a second to see if he has anything to
add. No, thanks. I think you captured it quite well.
Thanks to you both, and thanks for bringing this up in 2 meetings so that we could get your feedback. Let's go to Curry.
Yeah, thank you. I guess this is a question regarding the recommendation for inclusion or consideration of simpler harvest control rules, given maybe a lack of or an undefined connection between demographic processes and environmental processes, whatever it might be. Were there specific examples of simpler harvest control rules that were brought up?
Through the chair, Dr. Cunningham. Yeah. So one of the things that kind of we chatted about is whether it's there would be utility in having some stability in the sense that maybe I think this was talked about a little bit, how things fluctuate from year to year and maybe not allowing things to fluctuate as much. One of the things that came up with the state tax setting process is a lot of our harvest control rules have set thresholds that aren't necessarily recalculated every year, but are recalculated every so many years. So potentially having, or we're not maybe moving some of the benchmarks as much as we do in the current federal process with how we calculate B35 and R30, F35 and things like that. So I think that was some of what came up is like some of the existing ones that the state has used and potentially some utility and some stability there, and maybe not responding as much to highs and lows, but having some stability.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Jason, I forgot. Jason.
Thanks, Katie. So thinking about your recommendations, I guess, and the sort of the state of the knowledge based on crab right now, particularly snow and tanner crab, given the density dependent and caloric sort of state that's emerged recently with the decline in that emerging science. I'm wondering, and as well as the hybridization issue that we saw this year, I guess I'm wondering, you recommended moving forward, but I'm wondering whether the science really is there at this point to support a harvest control rule change based on environmental conditions, or if it's still sort of an emerging situation. I guess I'm just thinking timing, whether it's premature to think about those species in this context or not. It's because you sort of said 2 things in the minutes. On one hand, well, we don't really have good information on how we recommend moving forward. So sort of clarifying that.
Through the chair, Dr. Gasper. Yeah, I agree. We did say 2 things in minutes. And I think part of the struggle that we were having is we wanted to make clear that there are some definite questions as to some of our the biology that's going on and how that's interacting with the environment. But I think our worry is that if we don't move forward with crab in some capacity, whether that be making some assumptions about those biological interactions with the knowledge we have now, making our best assumptions. I think our worry as a plan team was that we would kind of get left out of this discussion entirely. And that what we found from other aspects is that if things go too far in the future, just looking at groundfish stocks, that it's hard for us to catch up. And we don't want to feel like we're playing catch up all the time. So I think moving forward with the idea that these are the assumptions we're making right now with crab moving forward. And that if we find that these assumptions aren't valid, then we would have to, redo this or move a couple steps back for these crab stocks. So I think while those thoughts may be contrasting, they're not. It's just kind of acknowledging those assumptions, but also saying we want to have some inclusion so that, 5 years down the road, we're not all of a sudden being like, oh, it would have been great if we had some idea of how a snow crab responded to this, even under these assumptions that we know are or aren't valid with more information. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks.
So it doesn't look like we have additional questions, and that was the end of the presentation.
Yes.
Yes, there we do. I had a feeling that we weren't quite done. I also wonder, yes, we can do this. We can also hold the question period open over lunch. There's been a lot to think about. So if there are critical ones when we come back, we can do that if we need. Let's go to Chris Anderson and then to Ian.
So I'm been sitting here thinking after looking at the document, seeing the presentation about what the philosophy behind this modeling process is. And I've been seeing, and I know that there's always in this a push-pull where the council wants results last week, and that's out ahead of the science, and everyone doing the science has their own horse in this race. And I'm looking at this exercise and thinking about it as something that could proceed in one of two ways. And I just want to check in about where we are in the process with this. One way of proceeding would be to say, we have these structures of climate control of HCRs, and we kind of want to run horse races through of them out into the future to see how robust they are against various climate scenarios against which we have no control, and maybe we have some priors but not good information about what scenarios are likely to unfold in the future. And if I were to go that way, I would want to have a large number of sort of roughly sketched HCRs that I would be I'd be evaluating against each other, especially in this environment where different fish species have very different mechanisms and very different aspects of climate change are going to impact them in different ways. The other thing that I might do is think that I want to move very directly to management with a much more limited set of HCRs, which are much more tightly drawn. And in the presentation and the documentation today, I saw us moving much more from the broad horse race to prioritizing just a couple HCRs and thinking in great detail about how to modulate and refine them. So I guess my question is, how did the team come to this point? And is this the right balance between casting a wide net and trying to understand generally what's going on and focusing very narrowly on a specific management concern with specific mechanisms on a couple of specific species?
Thanks. Through the chair, Diana, I can take a shot at this as to how we got there. The broad swath of all the control rules that have currently been formulated and tested were all presented to you last year, and then we discussed a bunch of this at the SSC HCR workshop last June, and stemming from that, the SSC specifically identified these are the ones that we think hold the most promise. You were not limiting yourself to only those 4 if you consider one of them is status quo. So it was HCR 5, 7, and 10. You said that they were the ones for which you thought more focus should be held, and the SSC upheld that. I'm sorry, the council then took the SSC's advice and encouraged us as a team to focus on that without limiting the possibility of tweaking that or coming up with, if another better one comes forward, not limiting us to only those. So that's how we got to where we are now. I think at some point, if we are moving forward in the council arena with an analysis of harvest control rules, we do have to figure out which are the ones that we're interested in moving forward. And so I think that's the path that we're on right now, with the caveat that we're not solely limited by those. And that's why coming out of the groundfish meeting, we collapsed it further and saying that basically 5 and 10 are two of the same sort of things. And you could collapse that into just looking at 7 and 10 as two alternatives. I'll let Jim and Kirsten chime in if they have more thoughts on that.
Yeah, through the chair. I mean, I think that's exactly right, Diana. We did have a pretty large set we started with. Part of why we selected these were the other ones were not very, there wasn't a lot of sensitivity. So you'd apply them and you didn't see a lot of difference in the projections. And so that's one maybe approach we might want to articulate in this. If you have a broad alternative HCR, the first step might be looking at the performance of that as in terms of a sensitivity analysis. But the additional HCRs that we can modify and characterizing the world of possibilities separately from the tailored, like stocks tailored specific HCRs, is also perhaps a useful characterization for the discussion paper.
Thanks, Kirsten. I also see Mike Litzo.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to note that for either one of those possible approaches that were framed in the question, I think the CPT focus on a more realistic status quo HCR1 is relevant for either of those scenarios that you described. Just because I think the crab plan team sort of had a shared concern that there's such decoupling between the ABC and actual harvest that to make this more useful, we for crab, we'd really want to link to crab coming out of the water. And so that's why getting the HCR1 that includes the state process somehow would be important for the ultimate utility.
That sounds good. What I see, I know that Ian has one, I have one, and then I say we break for lunch and then come back and see if there are additional ones and then move on. So go ahead, Ian.
Thanks. This is kind of a follow-up to Chris's question, but not so much on the HCRs, but on the modeling platforms. So in June, we saw several examples where multiple modeling platforms were used and in some cases produced quite different results. And one of our recommendations from the June meeting was to explore where different approaches were providing those different results. One of the examples was Goa Pacific cod under high warming scenarios. And I'm wondering, is this process still going to be including multiple modeling platforms? Or have we already winnowed down past that stage?
I'm going to look to Kirsten to handle that one. Thanks.
Through the chair, thanks. Yes, the ongoing, and sorry for we're trying to capture that a little bit with the graphic of the timelines, but the ongoing work does include that larger ensemble. And there is a paper that's a cross-climb paper that's being developed that looks at where the models agree and disagree and why. So that work is progressing in parallel and that was kind of our intention of the arrow, is it can help inform this. And presumably from that, I don't know if the full suite of all the models would be used or if we might use two contrasting models in order to inform a decision about whether to implement HCR, for example, going forward. But the modeling platforms are supported and continuing forward. So they're there for us to resource as needed.
Great, thanks.
And then I guess my question, and this is probably going to be for Diana, and that is, what are What are timing constraints for you? This is following up on Chris's because I know that parts of this have been tied to IRA funding, which means that you and the council are limited in time frame, and I'm wondering if that may partly explain for Chris some of the timing, whatever the timing constraints are, and all of us.
Thank you, through the chair, Sherry. I would not say that this is linked to IRA funding. I think we have resources available to us to throw at this through the availability of IRA funding. But at the end of the day, this is a council action that would proceed on a timeline that we are not, I guess I'll back up a little bit and I'll maybe look for help if Diane Evans is in the room. I think that what we're trying to do is set up a realistic time frame. We don't want to put the cart before the horse. We don't want to force an action in front of the council that needs more time to develop. So what we're trying to do is lay out for you, and we'll do a better job in June of laying out the deliverables that are possible under all of these initiatives. But the point is to do this on the timeline that makes sense, not on a timeline that is driven by external factors. While we may have more resources available under some of our IRA funding, this is at the end of the day a council action that will proceed according to the prioritization and development of the modeling platforms that the council would desire. If that helps.
That actually does. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a lunch. Let's come back at 1 o'clock and we will continue. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. We'll just give a minute or so for people to get set, and then we'll dive in. All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are in the middle of agenda item D4, and we are in the question and answer period. I didn't see additional questions from the SSC, but I wanted to give people a chance if they had some follow-up questions, just a chance before we move on. Okay, it looks like we are set. Then last time I checked, we did not have public testimony. I'm gonna, refresh and no, it doesn't look like we have public testimony. So we will go ahead then and move into, well, first of all, thank you to all of the, now that we actually are done with the presentation and questions, I thank you for the presentation and for helping us with all our questions. All right, we will move into the SSC discussion. And for that, I will start out, I will go to Curry.
Yeah, thank you. Just as a brief reminder, this was an informational item, kind of bringing us up to speed on the process to develop and explore climate-enhanced harvest control rules for specifying ABC. As you said, I think we'll thank both Dr. Stram and Holzman for their the background and setting up what will be the framework for the discussion paper that's slated for June 2026. This really follows on the SSC's Harvest Control Rule workshop that was held back in June of 2025, where the SSC provided a list of recommendations, most importantly surrounding uncertainties to consider the approach to simulating future dynamics of the explored species and help to refine the subset of harvest control rules to be explored. I think that the SSC should continue to endorse kind of what has become the kind of refined set of harvest control rule options. Of course, Harvest Control Rule 1, which is the status quo. Harvest Control Rule 7, which explores kind of explicit linkages between reference points and environmental covariates where appropriate. And Harvest Control Rule 7, which functionally allows for a proportional reduction in fishing mortality at high biomass levels, similar to what we might see under a cap on allowable harvest. I think we can also endorse what was a recommendation from the plan team to look at sort of blends of what might be a combined Harvest Control Rule 7 and 10. Just as a reminder, I found it really useful. The project team put together an R-Shiny application in advance of that June 2025 workshop that's online that I think, both from my perspective, it is really useful in visualizing what those flavors of harvest control rules might look like. And I think it is a very useful product for the public. Throughout this process, given that harvest control rules are really the foundation on which the house that is our fishery management system is built, I think transparency at all steps in this process are really important, just so everyone is comfortable with the types of analyses that are being conducted and the way we're attempting to identify what might be fruitful pathways forward if we do adjust the structure of our current harvest control rules, and opportunities for folks to play around with that and explore those are incredibly useful. To that end, in sort of towards the idea of greater transparency and interpretability, I think we can request that maybe the team consider if there's a better way to name these alternative harvest control rule strategies. I found myself constantly cross-referencing what 5 versus 7 versus 10 were, and we've seen this several times. So maybe a better naming structure might be appropriate or something to think about. We heard in the discussion from the crab plan team, and also had come up in our discussion before, the idea of how we actually define Harvest Control Rule 1, sort of our status quo, and what elements of our current harvest policy actually go into that. This becomes particularly important in the context of crab, given that we have these dual federal and state management processes. So I think that our minute should highlight the importance of, to the extent practicable, representing that process or those two processes, so we can have a clear status quo against which we can compare alternatives. In that same vein, in sort of considering or providing recommendations in terms of the harvest control rules that might be worthwhile exploring, I also see value in not forgetting about simple modifications to our existing harvest control rule reference points. Things like an F50, B50 rule are not too different from what we have now, but may at the very least provide a useful counterpoint against which we can compare the more complex harvest control rules represented under number 7 in particular, with potential environmental linkages. In terms of the priority species to be identified, I think that the group of stocks that had previously been identified, so Pacific cod, pollock, sablefish, POP, seem completely appropriate. I brought up in questions, and I think it's important to highlight the potential value in looking not only at data-rich species under Tier 3, but also species for which we have a less clear idea about their overall population dynamics. I would place things like northern rockfish in this category. Some of our other species that are under Tier 3 and subject to these control rules, but for which we have a less robust understanding of their dynamics, and for which certain types of data have higher observation error. I think we can also endorse the crab plan team recommendation to include at least one Caenorcetes and one king crab stock for future exploration. This seems to make sense. I think generally everyone is in agreement on maybe snow crab and Bristol Bay red king crab, but again, we look forward to having this further fleshed out in the June discussion paper. In terms of kind of evaluating the performance of these alternative harvest control rules, I think the SSC should continue to support exploration using closed loop simulations, in addition to or as an alternative to retrospective exploration of the outcomes that would have occurred had those harvest control rules been in place. Personally, I see value in both of those approaches. There's the simple approach, which is just to replay history and say what would have happened in terms of harvest recommendations. It's simple. There are a minimum number of assumptions that need to be made and or communicated to the public. And so that sort of exercise can be really useful. And hopefully that doesn't go by the wayside. At the same time, we know that closed loop forward simulations are probably the most appropriate way to explore these harvest control rules under continued potential change or impacts to species. So the combination of the two seems like a good way forward. One of the sort of key points that came up in discussion, and I think is worthwhile to include, or we can encourage the authors to include in the June discussion paper, is the idea of data quality. As I spoke to earlier, we're sadly in a place where less information may be available for stock assessment or for quantifying ecosystem dynamics in the future. And we're also on the verge of some ongoing and proposed modifications to some of our surveys in the face of survey modernization efforts. So I wouldn't want to lose sight of some of these changes that are going on in terms of our data collection processes and the quantity and quality of data that may be available in the future. It's great to identify a harvest control rule or management practice that works really well with perfect data, only to find ourselves in a situation where we no longer have sufficient information to support that harvest control rule. So Dr. Holzman spoke to the idea that at least at present, the view is to predicate these forward simulations on the idea that we will have the same data streams moving into the future. But there may be ways to explore changes in data quality, increases in observation error for some of those time series that might be fruitful to at least consider when structuring these forward simulations. The other key component that I think it is important to consider, and I would hope would be reflected in the June discussion paper, is consideration of time-varying species ecosystem relationships. And this is particularly in the context of Harvest Control Rule 7. The key question in my mind is we want to know what the risk is, not only if we do a great job of quantifying a species ecosystem relationship and enshrining that in our harvest control rule, but also what happens if we get it wrong? What's the risk to which we are exposed if that occurs, if that relationship changes, or we have an imprecise understanding of simply the shape of that or strength of that relationship? So I would hope that June discussion paper, and perhaps we can recommend that it considers how these time-varying dynamics might be explored in the context of forward simulations. I'm not going to dive into any specific recommendations for performance metrics. The team already has a pretty robust process for identifying a full suite of potential performance metrics that would be useful, and prioritizing them. But I do think it's really important that the council weigh in and provide their perspective on what their objectives are, so that those performance metrics can be tailored to council objectives. At the same time, I also appreciate and would hope to see more of the idea of sort of prioritizing what are across the full range or full suite of performance metrics we might end up seeing under alternative simulations for particular species and different harvest control rules, which are most important to us from this perspective of conservation and the efficient and profitable operation of fisheries. I think we can also look forward to, in that June discussion paper, maybe a deeper dive on some of the economic and social indicators that might be useful. I defer to others who probably have more to say, or more specific recommendations on what those might be, other than to say I think this June discussion paper would be a great place to flesh that out. Let's see. Going back a little bit in when we think about the diversity of species that are going to be represented, we also need to think about the diversity of processes to which future change might be linked. We often think about kind of the core ones: recruitment, natural mortality, and growth, right? But in a warming climate, if we think about a faster pace to species life, we might also see changes in things like maturity schedules. These can have pretty profound impacts on our interpretation of what is a sustainable harvest policy. And whether or not we actually have at present a discernible link between a process like maturity or maturity schedule in the environment, it may be fruitful to set up scenarios where those do change and ask the question across these harvest control rules, which ones are robust to potential changes, even if we don't know if those changes are going to occur. So I like to think about it in the context of my risk planning. I might not know something is going to occur, but I want to know that whatever plan I have in place or harvest control rule is likely to be robust, even if I don't know exactly what change is likely to occur. I think moving forward, there was the discussion of kind of ongoing communication and engagement. And I appreciated our discussion at the end of kind of who's involved, what types of information we want to see, and how that process will proceed, acknowledging that, we're still very early, that there's not a council motion as of yet. So the exact timelines are a little unclear, but all to say that, again, given the really fundamental importance of harvest control rules and everything we do from a fishery management perspective, that iterative engagement with not only the SST, the plan teams, but also the public are really important, just so everyone has confidence and understanding about how these alternatives are being evaluated and has opportunity for input in terms of both future scenarios that should be explored from a sort of stock demographic perspective, and also potentially on if there are even different management alternatives that aren't within the suite that are currently being proposed. Without getting too prescriptive, I think we can look back to our comments from coming out of that the June workshop, and from my perspective, endorse all the comments that came forward from the crab plan team and the groundfish plan teams. And with that, I'll turn it over to the co-leads for additional information or discussion that might be pertinent.
Thanks very much, Curry. All right, next we will go to Brad.
Thanks, Sherry. Excellent summary, Curry. And I'm just going to add a few endorsements and maybe a couple of additional recommendations. So first, with respect to the range of council objectives that would be addressed by these harvest control rules, I think the SSC should just acknowledge that we want to see sort of explicit articulation of what those objectives are, and that they be framed to reflect a continuum of scientific advice and decision making from the assessment model outputs through the harvest control rule application on to tax setting. And so I think our minutes, we can list some suggested examples of what those objectives might look like. For example, you can have harvest control rules that really are focused on conservation and risk objectives, resilience and productivity objectives. One I think is quite important is stability and socioeconomic objectives, where we would evaluate outcomes related to catch stability and value stability over time, including attention to downside risk, rather than just looking at average outcomes. And in our 2025 June discussion about harvest control rules, we actually noted this and talked about catch stability and dollar value, and as well as distinguishing upside and downside risks. Transparency, credibility, and readiness for implementation. Curry touched on a number of these things. I think those are another suite of objectives or combination of factors that we would want to see considered to ensure proposed harvest control rules are transparent, explainable to the public, and really operationally feasible within the existing management process. So Curry gave a few examples of some things that we might be able to operationalize relatively quickly within the information products we already have. In terms of operational logistics and analytical elements that we would want to see included in terms of evaluating alternative harvest control rules, I think the plan team, we should endorse the plan team's input that evaluation and design may be grouped around broader stock types, guilds, or whatever they decide is appropriate, even if the implementation decisions are made stock by stock, and that we should recommend that the forthcoming working paper be clear about whether grouping is being used for analytical efficiency, interpretability, or for management feasibility, or potentially all three. In the arena of triggers and toggle logistics, I think consideration of the sort of two broad concepts. One is a conditional or toggling approach. Another would be a replacement or default approach. And so just ensure that those are made clear in the processes for identifying which is appropriate. And so the paper should specify sort of the operational details for indicator-based trigger system, including whether covariates or indicators are annual, are they smooth, say a 5-year running average, forecast-based, just so that it's clear how they would be implemented. In terms of performance criteria, evaluation, design, and transparency, I think we can recommend performance metrics be compiled comprehensively, prioritized, and classified by whether they're intended to evaluate a simulation performance or implementation performance, or both. And so we could note an example performance criteria presented for discussion, including sort of time below a particular threshold like B20, frequency of closures where F goes to 0, age class diversity. So we can provide some examples. Curry touched a bit on the input from the crab plan team. I think I just want to endorse that We agree with their note that a high priority should be on the development of a more realistic status quo harvest control rule that represents the current federal ABC buffer and TAC setting process before layering on additional climate-linked complexities. Let's see, a few just in kind of the other recommendations category. The discussion paper should include a clear plan for regular engagement with, and communication across plan teams, the SSC, the advisory panel, and the public, and include an implementation timeline with milestones. And these are typically provided in these types of documents, but I think it's important here, especially because there's a steep learning curve. And then, let's see, finally, I think it's really important that the discussion paper explicitly address how ecosystem linkages and stock production or productivity assumptions are being handled within and across the modeling platforms, and how sensitive the results are to incorrect assumptions about these linkages, because obviously robustness to the changing ecosystem relationships is sort of central to the notion of climate resilience.
Great, thanks, Brad. We'll go to Dana.
Yeah, thanks again to the authors for their excellent work on this, and thanks to Curry and Brad for their comprehensive summaries, which I agree with. I see the value of this preliminary work as identifying and clarifying the trade-offs of different harvest control rules, but not ready to yet select a preferred HCR for implementation. What's most useful to me is understanding how different HCR features behave under increased environmental variability, especially ones that consistently reduce the frequency and severity of undesirable outcomes rather than just excelling at one positive outcome. I think it's important that any potential resilience benefits are evaluated alongside clear and transparent short and medium-term costs to the fishery, especially during high biomass periods. Particularly, I think that HCRs that provide stability and fishery value and fishery catch could be most beneficial. If the FMP is to be amended, I would suggest that it needs to provide general flexibility for custom HCRs that are stock specific rather than having to select from a prescribed set of specific HCRs. And that's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Dana. Jason.
Yeah, appreciate the summaries so far and the general agreement. Also appreciate the work that the groups put together for this presentation. Just maybe a couple additions to what's been said. One is just an endorsement. I like the direction the group is heading in regard to characterizing and mapping out the alternative actions in terms of what type of action could be taken. So for example, an FMP adjustment and rationale versus what could be an annual adjustment or information incorporated in the assessment. I think that'll be a pretty useful exercise moving forward. I think along those lines, just being clear about where the flexibility or inflexibilities are relative to each of those actions, and whether an alternative HCR or other actions such as explicit linkages in the assessment, how that links into those flexibilities. I think to the degree it's feasible, we need to consider the types of responses that could have been made under status quo. So for example, changes to the buffer when evaluating it against the alternative HCR advice. So I think just putting some effort into thinking about that status quo, because I feel that once we get comparisons, there's going to be a natural tendency people want to know what we're moving off of with those comparisons. I think moving forward with the paper, some guidance if possible related to triggering a different HCR. So for example, if an HCR is triggered and linked to risk table performance, for example, is there guidance or examples of how we would think about transitions to different productivity regimes? So how would the frequency of moving between one control regime to another impact the assessment uncertainty relative to the OFL? So just maybe in simpler words, how should we be thinking about moving from one regime to another in context with our current annual processes with the risk table? I'm just going to forward a previous SSC comment. For the work plan, we had a comment indicating the range of and scientific basis for ocean warming scenarios should be clearly communicated and defined. The SSC recommended at our June workshop last year, including the most likely scenarios to better understand near and long-term ocean conditions alongside bracketing scenarios. I think that's what I heard was being done, but I just wanted to make sure that that wasn't missed. In addition, we also highlighted the timeframes for evaluating the scenarios. They should reflect both near-term periods relevant to current business operations and community concerns, as well as the longer-term forecasts were apparent. And then the last comment is related to the crab. I just want to endorse that I think there's value in pursuing information about the status quo performance that includes consideration of state management. This sounds like a large project to me, and I don't know what extent it can be accomplished in the near-term work given staff resources. But at the very least, I think there's value in thinking about how we should go about evaluating this issue. So I support that work moving forward with the CPT and the suggested species, recognizing that this might be more of an iterative process.
Thanks, Jason. Chris Anderson.
All right. First off, I really want to express gratitude to the staff and the Science Center scientists who are throwing together a lot of effort into this. On the one hand, seems really challenging, but also like the kind of fun project or a project that is fun to those of us who self-select into being scientists. And thanks to Curry, Brad, Dana, Jason. If everyone's a lead, no one's a lead. For some really good comments, which you haven't gotten to the point where if you point all of us as co-chairs, there's nobody to do the work. So I broadly support everything that my prior leads have suggested, and have a couple of refinement points. I think Dana made the really interesting point that he's thinking about this exercise is talking about characterizing trade-offs before identifying an HCR that could undergo more refinement and application. I've been thinking about this more as proof of concept that any of these things does anything like we hope it does. And I think that's actually a very different scientific purpose and might influence how we design this. So I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment, just because where my bullets are. So first, I think it would help us a little bit in June if we were a little bit clearer about the structure of the model in terms of what variables were going to be perturbed mechanistically to sort of set the future simulation, the future closed loop simulations in motion. And what are the variables that are going to be changed? What is the range of changes that they're going to use? So what's sort of the experimental design of that? That would just help our conversation. And then I think we want to be mindful of the balance between sort of trying general features of these harvest control rules and investing in refining any individual rule in a way that's tailored to a particular species. And this gets to sort of the distinction between what Dana was explaining and sort of my proof of concept, does this work at all? So in my world, as sort of a polar point, you might choose a very extreme version of one of these harvest control rules. For instance, building a very large biomass reserve to see if that mattered at all, right? And it could be politically infeasible, but if it didn't matter biologically, then sort of smaller politically feasible versions of that might not be useful. So that strategy could be important for bounding the potential for different HCR strategies against different pathways through which climate variability might affect fish stocks. I do want to encourage pushing on some of the social and economic metrics. So where we're still trying to figure out what some of the objectives here are and what some of the work plan things are. Knowing what our objectives and knowing what our social and economic outcomes that we hope to support are, that may inform the scenarios that we evaluate, the choices we make about how to structure the HCRs. And I don't want to make all these sort of technical choices about what we're evaluating before we decide what our goal is. So it's just sort of let's keep those balls in the air and try to drive drive to a conclusion some discussions around the social measures, what Brad talked about with his clarity of objectives and stability, socioeconomic stability objectives with an emphasis on asymmetric or downside risk profiles. Yeah, that's my point. It looks like a both fun and challenging project.
And Sarah.
Thanks. Some of what I'm going to say is definitely has already been covered. So I forgive any redundancy, but I will try and pass over those parts that other people have said. So much of the conversation today was about how we might include and the importance of evaluating HCR performance using metrics that extend beyond biological outcomes to include fishery performance and socioeconomic stability. And obviously, this is a conversation that is underway, and much more will be revealed as the process continues. The HCR team brought forth 3 possible fisheries performance indicators in the materials: catch stability, fishing effort, and trends in total value over time. And while this process is refined, various indicators tested, I'd suggest it would be beneficial to first identify the socioeconomic objectives and then test additional fisheries performance indicators that could include trends in permit and vessel ownership, proportional harvest ratios, and many more. I think those are, as this process develops, that will, I'm sure, emerge. These possible indicators are critical complements to traditional biological reference points and can serve as early warning triggers, as the materials suggested. And these indicators provide insight into how alternative HCRs can translate model outcomes into fishery or real-world conditions that affect fisheries as well as fishing communities. So in particular, maintaining catch and fishery stability has been identified as a primary objective, and with both downside and upside impacts. And so I would suggest continuing to unfold and think through those impacts, as also in respect to the cascading impacts that have been referred to as well. Performance indicators can also offer a practical mechanism for evaluating trade-offs in a transparent way among alternative HCRs, including those that have prioritized various indicators based on specific objectives. Plan teams have recommended that alternative climate resilient HCRs incorporate fisheries performance indicators as early warning signals to complement these biological and ecosystem indicators. These could be, there was some mention of both quantitative measures like the ones I mentioned earlier, as well as qualitative information from industry and fishing communities. It's unclear at this time how that might be operationalized. I think it's an interesting idea and one that could certainly inform some of this thinking and conversation. So I look forward to hearing more about that. Let's see. I agree that outlining the procedural steps for proposing and evaluating alternative HCRs, defining acceptance criteria, and establishing a process of periodic scientific updates, drawing on ongoing research as that changes, as well as the variability in environmental conditions shift as well. I wanted to mention or underscore the importance of coordination with state management, which is certainly underway, and I support that process to ensure that HCRs that are developed are integrated across jurisdictional bodies, and that those performance indicators that are identified resonate with both state and federal objectives. And I think there is also perhaps an opportunity there, particularly those tied to stability and community fishing community outcomes that could help with some of that alignment. I appreciate the questions around the assumptions around data availability as a baseline. And I'd also suggest consideration of increased uncertainty due to variability in data streams and data availability. And finally, I would also suggest or support the inclusion of an engagement strategy, and I think somebody else mentioned that as well, just outlining some of the opportunities for input across sectors, across fisheries, across fishing communities, and how that process will be supported and made available. And I think that would encourage both participation in the process, a clear understanding of the process, as well as underscore the transparency efforts here. That's all.
Thanks, Sarah. Other comments from SSC members? Great. I saw Martin first.
Yeah, I'm just going to pick up on a comment that Curry made, and he was sort of suggesting that there might be some benefit to what he called incremental HCR, and he didn't really define that carefully, so I get to now. It sort of circles around some of the discussion I've been hearing about HCR 7, I think, and that there was some talk that, yeah, we could sort of tweak this one and make it look like a crab harvest control rule, or instead of having to go up and down, we could just make it sort of decrease in some way. And I'm also reflecting on some comments that Steve Barbeau made at the joint plan team meeting about how we sort of generally deal with stocks that are just sort of seem to be in a long-term pattern of low abundance. And, some of the poster childs for those are things like Greenland turbot or even Gulf peacock, where we kind of feel like maybe there's some concerns, but maybe we don't have the tight environmental linkage or something like that. And it's really just the idea of sort of tweaking our control rule to make it more precautionary in order to promote potentially more rapid rebuilding. And so I think that could be pretty easily simulated, and you could look at sort of what the potential benefits of doing that are versus not doing that are, and it might be just a sort of incremental step towards a more sort of comprehensive sort of climate evaluation. So I guess I don't know quite what I would call it, but it might be just a simple an additional harvest control rule that's just a simpler variant. So, just a suggestion.
Thanks, Martin. And where was the second hand? Franz.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll preface this by this may be something that you all have already thought through and is already part of the plan. But I just thought I'd comment a little bit on the evaluation of the performance metrics, or perhaps more about how to communicate the inherent trade-offs effectively to the council and the public. As the document noted and others pointed out, how the different harvest control rules perform obviously hinges on the objectives that haven't yet been explicitly defined, but that's obviously an issue because you can't simultaneously maximize long-term catches and optimize spawning biomass reserves and minimize interannual variability in catches. And so in addition to being explicit about the objectives, I think it would be good for the plan in June to provide maybe examples for how the council can then kind of effectively look at and evaluate those trade-offs beyond a set of tables or metrics under different scenarios. And so a couple examples, and I don't think there's anything new or different, and maybe that's already kind of under consideration or has been done in some cases. But for example, summarizing some of the metrics, selected metrics in these kind of spider diagrams that I think we've seen examples of and that are often used to evaluate performance under different objectives, from generally bad to generally good. Another option would be the typical kind of two-axis framework, and that can maybe provide a simplified way of looking at a couple key axes. Like, for example, you could have a kind of a biological resilience axis that's related to key biological or conservation-related metrics. That may be kind of a summary of on a common scale for generally good to generally bad from a biological conservation perspective, and that could include things like probability of B falling below some threshold, the age size diversity, and so forth. And then secondly, you might have an axis related to fishery stability that would summarize the degree of change in ABC from year to year, frequency of large drops, or probability of fishery closures, and those kinds of things. Just anything, creative ways of kind of visualizing the trade-offs for the council.
I had a couple comments as well. Let's see. These were actually both responses to Curry's original sort of outline of the discussion. And one of them was, he mentioned that we're currently talking about diversity of species, but also think about the diversity of processes, recruitment, mortality, growth. And I think that those, and the one example that he's mentioned was about maturity. And I think that maturity, it's a similar process, but I think that we're ending up with, it's a similar process in how it trades off in your harvest control rule as well, or impacts your harvest control rule for groundfish and crab. But we've come up with, I think we have different examples for groundfish and crab, and it may be useful to have, unless your point is exactly the same, it may be helpful to look at both. Anyway, it's something that we've faced when we're working with our crab assessments lately and trying to figure out, how to set ABCs. And it just seemed like highlighting that as that may be actually sort of an immediately helpful topic. The other one was when Curry was talking about the idea of data quality and, recognizing current assumptions, we may be able to, I do realize that you've currently used as like a base assumption that we have the same data data quality, data frequency, and changing that. We've had a couple of comments on that, and I realize that that can mushroom cloud pretty quick. But I think that in some cases, if it's possible, like other SSC members have said, to consider reduced data quality and more uncertainty, that may be helpful because we're also looking at stock prioritization. The council's looking at the, catch and risk matrix, and all of those really go together. And that was actually one of the points that we mentioned in our groundfish prioritization topic was that, we would come back here. And the one thing that we haven't really looked at as far as risk tables explicitly is really how do you deal with the time step? And as we change the time step of prioritization, which is likely going to be necessary and an important path forward, how do we incorporate that? And can we incorporate it in a harvest control rule? Because right now it's really difficult to include in, any sort of a risk table. So those are mine. And I'm not seeing others. So let me see what I can do without repeating our discussion. I think I can do some of this as a summary. So listen on if there are huge things that I've missed. Obviously start with huge thank you for the work. And I think big picture is that the SSC is continuing to support looking at Harvest Control Rule 1, 5, 7, and 10, recognizing, like you said, that Diana said that these aren't exclusive. And we also support looking at, blends of 7 and 10. We also had a comment of looking at sort of stepwise changes, and in the harvest control rules, and now I'm going to bounce around in my notes. We'll see if I can do this. We were going to look at sort of stepwise changes or tweaking, and we talked about that in terms of harvest control rule 7, and maybe that's ends up being a simpler variant harvest control rule, or maybe somehow it just ends up being stepwise variations on the same one. We definitely emphasize support that transparency in this process is going to be really important. And in order to, and we suggest addressing that in a couple of ways. One was suggestions for how to improve communication, which is possibly in using some examples or graphics that are visual. The other thing for transparency is the engagement, which we were specifically asked about. And yes, we do think that it's important for iterative engagement and among plan teams, SSCs, public, AP, council, so that people have an involvement and an opportunity to participate. Another topic that we came up with for transparency was possibly naming the models so that it's a little bit quicker to identify which is which. We had, instead of going into detail, we had a number of ways. We stressed looking at Harvest Control Rule 1 as a status quo, both for comparison later and specifically for crab to define what is that status quo. But then we also named other ways of looking at harvest control rules. We talked about different species to look at. We did have a suggestion for an additional species, which is to include species under tier 3 for which we have less understanding of the dynamics and higher observation error, in addition to ones that obviously are more precise or we've got a better understanding. We endorsed both the crab plan team recommendations as well as the groundfish plan teams. As far as evaluating performance, we supported using both closed loop methods. These are complicated, but very appropriate, as well as alternative to looking at a retrospective look, which has the benefit of being simple, but also has minimum assumptions as well. We talked about, as far as the closed loop simulations go, we had a couple of suggestions for that. Asking for some clarity on structure of model, what variables will be examined, experimental design, and things like that. We had a couple of comments about looking at both within the harvest control rules, between the harvest control rules, across harvest control rules, and within harvest control rules. So we had a number of suggestions about ways to look at that, and possibly choosing extreme conditions to figure out what the bounds are as far as performance, but also to understand whether or not they perform well at all before doing some more narrow and fine-tuned looks. We talked about simulations and some things to look at as far as that, the risk of getting it wrong or having an imprecise relationship. As far as performance metrics, we gave some examples of performance metrics, but also highlighted, I think, two things. One, it was really important for the council to weigh in on the objectives first before setting the performance metrics. We recognize this is an iterative process. They also, but that was one primary point. Also, prioritizing metrics that are most important for us may also be helpful. And then recognizing that some of these metrics really can't be developed until we know the objectives, and then we can do a better job of that. In addition to looking at diversity of species, also looking at diversity of processes, recruitment, mortality, and growth, possibly also maturity and robust, which harvest controls are robust to changes. We gave some discussion on the range of council objectives and sort of how that would affect things downstream. We talked about logistics to evaluate alternative harvest control rules, looking at guilds in addition to the single species that we're looking at, or trying to get a broader look that way. Also trying to be clear how we are grouping them, and based on exactly what objectives we're looking at. So they may be grouped differently depending on the objectives. We talked about operational details of having, trigger harvest control rules, whether that just having a large change. We also talked about addressing modeling platforms and robustness to assumptions. When we're looking at performance, one of the topics was also to look at reducing the severity of negative outcomes, in addition to looking to positive outcomes. And for resiliency metrics, looking at short, medium, and long-term impacts. I realize this is bouncing around, trying. We also had comments on the links of sort of how to put this in context. So looking at this through all of the steps, where you've got the modeling, the harvest control rules, the implementation, and then also looking at the characterization and mapping of the two types of actions that we're talking about, the fishery management ones that require a fishery managed plan adjustment compared to annual adjustments, which can be done within the assessment. So looking at some of the flexibility and looking at whether it's the flexibility or inflexibility of these approaches. Another comment for sort of how to implement this in our process, we suggested, or we asked for the report, if possible, to include guidance on how to trigger these harvest control rules. Like if it's triggered by the risk table, how do we think about transitions? Oh, one topic that I did not talk about was, in addition to when we talked about for the crab planting, in addition to the value of exploring the status quo, we also had a number of comments about the importance of supporting the look also at state management, recognizing that that is that's a large topic, but we, let me see just a second, a little bit further down, we ended up also talking about the importance of coordinating with state management to make sure how things are implemented across the jurisdictional boundaries, but also to look at objectives both of the state and the federal government. All right. I know that it was both jumpy and did not cover everything, but it was my best balance. Are there things that people want to highlight, I guess, that I didn't mention as topics? I realize that's going to be a little difficult to do, but I see smiles. All right. Thank you, everybody, for the feedback on that. I believe that that is the end of our harvest control rule topic. And before we close the meeting, I want to go back to Allie to talk about deadlines and topics for where we are.
Yeah, thanks. Real briefly, I've sent out some email reminders. They have the link to our draft report in there, so take a look. We do need to prioritize review of D2 groundfish planning and C1 Pacific cod stock assessment and associated documents. We will be pulling D2 later on today at a time yet to be determined. But we will have to pull that today to get that to the council in time for our presentation tomorrow. All other agenda items besides those two are due into the Google document by noon tomorrow. We'll try and give as much review time as we can with those. But we will probably have to pull them midday on Friday and finalize our report. If you have any issues meeting any of your deadlines, you're concerned about anything, just let me know. We'll work it out. And please don't forget slides, because then I end up doing them.
And Allie is very good at them, but she appreciates help. All right. I think that that's all we have. Thank you very much for everybody's time preparing and at the meeting. And we will see you online. Thanks.